everyone. Thank you for showing up to yet another Human Narrative event here at Rad Inc. in Melbourne, Florida. Tonight, our topic is triggers. So it's one of those topics where I know I have a lot to say, but I don't really know what I'm going to say. And I mean, that's how it is every time. But this one's specifically elusive for me, so I'm interested to see what pops out of me. I'm interested to see what pops out of everybody else. Everyone here is basically a regular or has been here many times. But for the people in the internet world, the Human Narrative is an event. It is an event that we do where we have a panel of regular speakers. And those speakers come up and they speak on one topic. Then once those speakers are done, we open the floor to anyone else who's in the room to get up and share their thoughts, feelings, and concepts on the topic. This started because my dear friend Chad, he was texting me to tell me we needed to talk in person, and I didn't want to do that because I knew it was probably something serious. And I was probably going to say yes no matter what he said, but he needed to talk in person, so I knew it was going to be something. And now it's over a year later, and we've done quite a few of these events, and we've shared a lot of tears, we've shared a lot of laughter, we've shared a lot of healing, and we've shared some discord even. And it's really cool to see how we make it through every part of all these events, whether it's anxiety beforehand, whether it's stress during, whether it's things that go wrong, or whether it's just a really fucking heavy night and it's hard to deal with all those emotions. We've carried it and managed it all with grace as much as we can, and we continue to show back up for ourselves and for each other and for our community. So tonight, I'm getting on the road immediately after this, and one of my triggers is travel. So I am triggered as fuck and have been for about a week, just trying to keep my shit together because traveling really stresses me out. It always works out, but it always stresses me out. So I'm just interested to hear everybody's take on triggers tonight and just see where this topic brings us all to. Before we bring up any speakers, Ashley's daughter Amelia has brought some of her Happy Beans merchandise. So if anyone in the room is looking to purchase any of that, awesome. If anyone in the internet world would like to purchase, what is the Instagram? Where Happy Beans Grow is the Instagram. She's a brilliant young lady, and she's got an entrepreneurial spirit, and I love that shit. So support her if you like, and then if you don't like, do it anyway. I always forget this, but we have a Patreon for the Human Narrative. It's the Human Narrative on Patreon. I think it's like $5 a month. And we are going to just take that money and just put it back into the Human Narrative events. But it gives exclusive content and all the prior filmed events. So if you're interested in that, Human Narrative on Patreon, check it out. The Human Narrative's on Facebook as well. And we are now live streaming on the Rad Movement YouTube channel as we speak. And if you're watching from that live stream, then you already know that. I want to give a giant shout out to Zach Hendershot with Silver Slate Visuals, who is so excited every time to make us look and sound amazing. This is his first time having a 2-camera setup, and we've been talking about that all week, and he's super jazzed. And he even got a new zoom lens, and very excited about that. There's a legitimacy that quality video and audio brings to an event like this. So I appreciate you, sir, for all the love, hard work, and effort you put into this. As I've said a number of times, you do a phenomenal job making me feel seen in front of the camera, which I never, ever thought a camera person could do. So thank you for that. And he's one of our regular speakers, and you're going to hear from him tonight. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up our typical first speaker. And, you know, my bookend to this event, I feel like he's probably more important to this event than I am because without him and his constant nudges, uh, I probably wouldn't be doing this because it really stresses me out, triggers me to throw events. Uh, I love it and hate it simultaneously because like the difference between anxiety and excitement, fear and excitement is breathing. And if you don't breathe, you have anxiety. And if you do breathe, you get excitement. Well, I imagine I don't breathe a lot when I think about this shit because I get stressed out and anxious. But I really appreciate the fact that Chad continues to show up. And if we have discord, we work through it. And we celebrate when it's time to celebrate. And when we need to recalibrate, we recalibrate. And he's just an amazing person to have on my team. And I'm just so excited that you keep being who you are and you keep showing up the way you do. And so I appreciate you. I love you. And I'm excited to hear you speak on triggers tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Talley.
Triggers, where to start? With the OCD, I have very many triggers. I guess I'll start with the Discord that you've mentioned a few times. After the last one, I have a lot of social anxiety as well. So I texted Robbie, he texted me back, and it ended up, the way he worded it wasn't not his fault, but it triggered my social anxiety where if somebody says something, well, we need to talk, or we need to do this, or it turns me into like where I'm the problem, where, oh, they hate me now. Oh, well, this and this and this and this. And I texted him the next morning. I'm like, hey, I didn't sleep at fucking all. Are you home? And we got together, he cried, Donna cried, I teared up. Crying is another trigger for me, and I'll get into why. Not when you do, when I do it.
You're fucked. If you can't handle it when I do it, then I do it regularly.
But he actually asked me, he goes, how can I, because I told him it was because of my social anxiety and my issues, I wasn't able to sleep because I was in constant anxiety, and I realized after the fact that I had actually texted other people seeking reassurance without realizing I was seeking reassurance, and when you have OCD, that's a no-no, and when you realize that you can't get down on yourself and beat yourself up because sometimes you don't even know you're doing it. But he asked me, he goes, is there a way that I can tell you these things without, triggering you? And I said, while I do appreciate that, my triggers are not your responsibility. I need to navigate my own triggers. The shirt that I'm wearing is actually Mars Attacks. So here, plug. Cavity Colors. It was the first movie that triggered a harm OCD flare-up for me. And the crackling, I think, is the bottom of the mic. Yeah. I remember I watched it in theaters with my mom, and if you've seen the movie before, it's a stupid, funny, campy movie, right? But I have harm OCD, which it's triggered by a lot of random shit. Like, I love horror movies, and I'll watch them all day long, but I'll see one, and I'll think one thought, and I've sparked into a flare-up. Where, what if I hurt somebody? What if I hurt somebody? And I'll go and avoid watching horror movies or avoid cooking because of the knives, and I'll avoid looking at certain things, which I don't do that anymore. I engage in those. For me, to get rid of my triggers, I have to engage with them. They don't get rid of them, but I can easily manage them. And I thought about this earlier. It was... my triggers are, it's like my own brain. It hands me a gun that doesn't have a physical trigger. It just says, it's going to go off eventually. Just be careful where you touch it, is how I interpret my own triggers. I can watch one thing over and over again, but one time I watch it, I'm triggered, my harm OCD triggers. But I was watching this movie in the theaters with my mom, and it gets to the point where he points the ray gun and he pulls the trigger, and the guy turns to a skeleton, right? Funny, stupid. In my little kid mind, it just triggered. Harm OCD started flaring and going in my head over and over and over again. And I was curled up in a ball on the floor in the theater. And my mom, we were poor, so she was like, we're going to watch this movie. I paid for this movie. So I was like, you can watch it, but I'm going to be here curled up on the floor. But yeah, that was And again, engaging in my triggers. I wear this. I love that movie now after watching it afterwards. But yeah, I like to wear my triggers, which is why I bought that bracelet that I'm not wearing it today. From Vase Your Fears, she makes the charms for mental health where you wear your triggers. But yeah, so the triggers, man. With OCD, I have harm OCD, which I've gone into, health OCD, which I can see a disease and my brain will go, "What if you have it?" Or I'll have TMI. I have hemorrhoids. Those will flare, and I'll be like, "Oh, what if it's anal rectal cancer? What if it's this? What if it's this? What if it's this?" And I've gone to the doctor before, and you know what it is. Or cysts in places that I get them in my wrists or on my neck and in my head. Oh, it's a tumor. It's a tumor. Over and over and over again, and OCD tells me you should Google the symptoms, which is another compulsion, and I have to avoid that, and I end up doing it anyway, and then Megan gets on my case for engaging in my compulsion. Or even, I also have psychosis OCD, which is a fear of losing your mind, which is why I can't really fuck with edibles anymore. If I'll hear something in a specific tone, and then it's like I was playing video games one day, and I had taken a big gummy, and I'm on the other side of the map playing whatever game we're playing. They're like, "Why are you over there?" "I don't know. I was wiring it up." And then somebody said something like quietly to themselves, but in my head I was like, "What if you just heard a voice?" And that sent me on like a week-long spiral of, what if you're hearing voices now? What if you start hearing voices? What if you're going crazy? What if you can't control your own mind? And thanks to Prozac, I'm able to better break those. Like with the conversation that me and you had, that would have been a flare-up of my social stuff for, months, weeks. But because of the medicine and because I've gotten so, I don't want to say good, because I've gotten so used to using my therapies, that only lasted like a day. But but yeah, so I have to, for me, I'm not a clinician. I can't tell you how to deal with your triggers. I can only tell you how I deal with mine. I deal with my triggers by engaging them, like, becoming more familiar with them. When they go off, I have to deal with it. So when the anxiety triggers, the ERP therapy, exposure with response prevention, which is the gold standard in OCD treatment, you sit with the anxiety, you do the thing that gives you the anxiety, you sit with it, let it rise, and then resist the urge to compulse, resist the urge to Google, resist the urge to text people and say, "Am I crazy?" Or, "Was I this? Was I that?" Just sit there, don't do anything, sit with it, and let it come back down. And then you gotta do it again, over and over, until you habituate yourself to that trigger. It can be miserable, but that's the only way that I get used to my triggers. So me and my triggers, we have I don't want to say a healthy relationship, but we know each other pretty well. And that's all I pretty much have on triggers. It's just, for me, it's engaging in the thing that gives me anxiety. Like, I love haunted houses. What my big breakdown that I had a few years ago, where I actually I was already in a support group, but I had to set up one-on-one treatment because I told my therapist that led the support group, like, "Look, I can't live like this." Was at a haunted house. I had built up a room. I was in a satanic temple. I made my mask. I made the room. I made all these props and everything. I had a possum pelt that I had all done up, and I'd kick a pump and it'd shoot blood. And we have no scares, which is like a little necklace. So kids that want to see the stuff but don't want to get scared, or parents that want to go but they don't want to traumatize their kids. Mine did. They'll send them through with a necklace, and I had gotten down to show this little girl who had a no scare necklace on, my mask and stuff, just to show her, hey, and send her on. And she went on, and then in my head it was like, "Oh, what if you did this? What if you did this?" And my harm OCD triggered up, and it all snowballed into one big episode. But for me, haunts kind of became a trigger after that, where because I experienced that in a haunt, what if I go back to a haunt? What if I snowball again? And I have to engage in that, because I'm not going to let OCD take away what I love to do. I still love horror. I still love going to haunted houses. We took Cora to Hallow Scream, and that was a pretty big trigger for me, because haunts alone send me give me anxiety, but it meant bringing my kid with me, who often is associated with my OCD. To go through those with me was an experience. But she had a great time. She gets one of her triggers. She wanted me to talk about her triggers as well because she couldn't be here. She wanted me to do a video, and I forgot. And I said, just tell me what you wanted me to say. Her triggers are a large groups of people. She gets really anxious around large groups of people, and she starts doing her hand thing a lot more. You've seen it up here every time she's up here, wringing her hands. But she asked for like a Benadryl. So we go, okay, well, I'll give you like a quarter of a Benadryl. I'm not going to give you a whole one. And I forgot that I gave it to her, and like halfway through the night, she's like, no. She's like, I can't stay awake. I go, why? Well, wait, never mind. I gave you the Benadryl. That's why. But even still, she had a great time, and it was good to engage with that trigger and still have fun with her and watch her experience everything. And she loved it. She loved the fact that she got through it. And she was really nervous about the scare zones and the haunted houses when we first got there. I told her, I go, it's not like Halloween Horror Nights. It's more family friendly. They're not going to scare the shit out of you. But they did. But it was fun for her. But yeah, so engaging in my triggers, having a healthy relationship with them, and not letting them rule my life for me, is my take on triggers. That's what I got.
It's funny. As soon as we started talking tonight, you were like, "Yeah, my share isn't really that heavy," and it's like you're talking about psychosis, OCD, and stuff, and I'm like, that might seem heavy to some people. Right, because you've gotten, but that's the thing. Like, I'm super proud of you because I've seen you go in and out of triggered situations, and you make it through better and better every time. So. Yeah, man, proud of you. I appreciate you for always sharing about some really heavy shit, even if it might not be heavy to you. So we put an order together. I didn't talk to you about it first because I didn't even talk to you yet tonight. Hi. So our next speaker.
Before she goes, can we ask her how her free car is?
Yeah, how's your free car? Oh my goodness. That was so ridiculous that I thought it was a free car. So Kiki, my soul sister, we met here in the shop. We cried 5 minutes or less into our tattoo consultation. And then we've been bonded ever since. So one of the most special people that I've met in this building, Miss Kiki Poyer.
I got a bracelet. I got a shirt. Y'all are catching me at a pristine time because I am sitting here fully triggered. So I am going to share from my experience as it is very raw and as I'm currently sitting in it. So please just hold space for me. So for me, I'm with Chad because I've been blessed with a great mentor that has taught me to engage in my triggers and to learn them. And 10 years later from starting that journey, I am extraordinarily grateful for every step that I have taken in order to sit with myself in this discomfort and still hold as much love for myself that I do. So this is really hard, and it's still being triggered and grateful at the same time. It's very confusing. So I have my fair share of triggers, and I've talked to you guys about so many of them. And the one that I'm dealing with right now is abandonment, and it definitely feels like this might be maybe even the the first wound maybe that I've ever had, because it's so deep. So to me, what being triggered is when something happens and like your mind, body, and soul says ouch, right? It's not just like a punch. It's not just like an insult. It's not something that, you just think. It's like something that affects your entire being. And when my abandonment trigger shows up, it's like I can't function. I can for a really long time, but then eventually it's just like, okay, well, okay. So my original abandonment wound is definitely my father. But then I lost my brother. And we listened to a song today that was talking about how this brother loves his sister, and even as their parents get old, like they have each other, right? I'm currently going through some things with my mom that I don't have my brother for, and I don't have another sibling. My mom had an abortion, and it was me and my brother. And then my brother got married, and he's been gone for 10 years, and she's still been in our lives, and she's currently making choices that hurt so bad. So she's making choices that affect a lot of people, and it's involving my niece. So now I feel abandoned there. Now I'm dealing with things to try to support my mom, and I feel so alone. I don't have my dad. I don't have my brother. I don't even have what I thought was my sister. So it's been a couple of weeks, and I've been leaning on David for a lot of support, and it's gotten to be a lot, and he has to take care of himself as well. But in the process of him taking care of himself, it's triggered my abandonment issues. So I feel like I'm sitting here super abandoned, and he's not abandoning me, but he's like flicking my abandonment wounds. Like it's just flicking them, So it's hurting. And also, being 10 years on a journey of sitting with my triggers and getting to know them, I have learned ways of getting out of my triggers. And that's where I want to take this. When you get triggered, you have to process it. But when you're done being triggered, you have to come up with solutions for when you get triggered next time. And try to catch it just a little bit earlier so you're maybe not as reactive to the trigger. So I've kind of been referring to them as anchors, something that anchors me back into reality. Sometimes that can be a song lyric, sometimes that can be my bracelet, But mirror work is so big because it's just you, and no matter what trigger you're in, no matter what state of mind you're in, if you can grab a mirror and get to know all stages of yourself and what they look like, it's so disgusting. Oh, it's so uncomfortable, and even that can be triggering. But I feel like that's how you get the most control over your own self, and other people, you'll know what's happening in front of other people. So on Free Love Day, I ended up getting this tattoo by Abel. I was hoping he would be here by now. The process of getting this tattoo was insanely beautiful, to the point where Abel has the exact same tattoo. And what this tattoo means to me is this too shall pass. You know, it's a happy face and a frowny face, like yin and yang together. But whatever emotion you're in, that's gonna pass. And you're gonna go on to another emotion. So this motherfucker, this tiny little tattoo, has been my anchor so much lately. And just saying, all right, this is, you know, sit in the mud while you're in it. That's what I've been preaching to my mother. Sit in the mud while you're in the mud. That way you don't have to process it later. Process it while you're in it, you know. But my advice is to find those anchors, those things that bring you back, and don't try to do it while you're triggered. It's not gonna work out. You're just gonna get mad. But find other people, find other resources, and get yourself back into the moment. Go for a walk, lean on other people, and build a tribe, because I have leaned the hell on some people this week and last week, and I'm so grateful. So thank you all for being my safe space. Rest of the world.
It's only the ones that are watching. Oh, I'm so proud of you.
If you talked to me about it, I would have said no.
I always love an emotional share. Similar to Scott when he's at workshop and he's like, haha, yay, we're slaying some demons. I'm like, fuck yeah, we're facing some shit. I know how difficult speaking for you can be, and I know how difficult it was to start doing this, but you are absolutely amazing at doing this, and the rawness and the vulnerability that you bring and that you share is fucking phenomenal. So thank you for doing this here with us. I think I've said this every single time. I didn't want to fucking do this tonight. And then all of a sudden already I'm like, yeah, I'm glad we did this. So events are one of my triggers. I don't like events. I throw a fucking lot of them for a guy that doesn't like events. I enjoy the event. I don't enjoy the pre-event anxieties I can put myself through. So, yeah. With that being said, moving on to our next speaker, a man who is a mentor to a number of people in this room, but even more so a number of people in this world. I don't know that you realize how much you mean to so many people and how much we appreciate your presence and the gifts you give us by being you. Just tonight, when we were setting up chairs, I was like, fuck, man, I got to get in the car and get on the road after this. Man, I don't want to do this. And you're like, 30 fucking years I've been doing workshop and I don't want to do it ever. So hearing you say, because I look up, right? I look up to you physically to a degree, but I also look up to you. And to hear you going through the same shit that I go through when I'm working on shit, just like the other day at Cracker Barrel, where we meet every week to solve all the world's problems in a Cracker Barrel and be the two largest, weirdest men crying our dicks off while we're fucking eating biscuits and gravy or biscuits and apple butter. I don't think there's a time when we met in the Cracker Barrel where one or both of us isn't crying. And it's always funny when the waitress comes up, because if they don't know us, you know, you can feel they're like, what the fuck is happening? You know? But yeah, just to know that the things I go through, you are not alone, right? You are not alone is probably the most powerful phrase that can be shared. and you constantly make me feel not alone in my struggles, and I appreciate you so much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, Scott Donnet.
Thanks, sir. So, triggers are tethers to our trauma. Triggers are tethers to our trauma. Okay? So, one of my biggest beefs is when you're flipping through your social media feed, and at the top of a feed it says, trigger alert. And my first thought in my head is like, why did you fucking tell them? Right? Just let them get fucked up. I spend a great deal of my time in my jobs, all of them really, looking for people's triggers and then pushing them. It's like, where does it hurt? And then we find the spot and then we push on it harder. It's like, where is the emotion stuck, and how can we unravel that so that this person can be free? So, what if all of the stuff that happens to our bodies, all of our ailments, all of the things that hurt us, are actually stuck emotion? And if we let that emotion free, then their body is going to naturally come back to homeostasis or to balance, to health. Wouldn't we want to be doing that shit all the time? Like for each other, right? It's like, here, let me push on that for you. Let me make that hurt a little bit for you. Now, Kiki got up here and talked about how it was real and raw in her body right now. That's what it looks like. You know, I put out a call to my men's group this week, and for some reason I started crying in the middle of it. So instead of shutting that down or trying to make it go away or turning it off or swallowing it, I just kept talking, just like Kiki just did. And when she got to the other side of it, she had her voice back. She was in her body. We have this really neat Mexican man who came into our life 2 years ago. And he has this knack and this beautiful way of asking the most perfect question in the world. And I want to invite everybody to apply it to the last time you were triggered. I can see David, he's smiling already. He knows exactly what the hell I'm going to say. The last time you were triggered, and not just a little one, like the last time you like got shut the fuck down, right? They had to drag your ass out from underneath the table, right? That kind of trigger. Did you die? No, you fucking didn't. If you didn't die last time, you won't die next time. If you're not going to die, do it. Because every time you do it, Chad talked about it, Kiki talked about it, every time you do it, it has less power. Every time you turn around and look at that shit that you've been running from, it has less power. Now, when I say running from, I don't mean like you got scared and ran away. I mean that it was too much for your soul, for your psyche, for your little tiny self to deal with. Those are traumas. And then when we step out into our life and somebody says some dumb shit in our life, and all of a sudden we're 3 years old and we can't talk, and we can't move, and we don't know what just happened to us. When you get to the other side, write about it. Talk about it. Learn about it. What the fuck happened to me? For years, my mother would put her hand on my leg, and I would shut down. Finally, my late wife was like, you know your mom fucked with you, right? I was like, my mom's my hero, man. She's like the greatest woman in the fucking world. And it's like, okay, she fucked with you too. It's like, no. That's impossible. Oh, it was possible. It was 2 more years before I opened up that little tiny bit where I had stuffed that down, where I'd run away from it so fast, so hard, that I couldn't find it anymore, that I couldn't remember it anymore. But when her hand hit my leg, my body remembered. I couldn't move. I got 2 kids, a wife, a freaking mortgage. I'm the general manager at Denny's in Cocoa Beach, and when my mom puts her hand on my leg, I can't fucking talk. I can't move. I can barely breathe. It takes 2 more years to figure it out. But when I did, I went after it. When we find it, we have to go after it. It's never too soon. It's never, I'm not ready for this yet. Yes, you fucking are, because it happened. I'm not ready to be triggered like this. Yes, you are, because it happened. All this stuff that we think we're not ready for, we weren't ready then. We are now. If you know your stuff and it's still running you and owning you, do something about it. Right? Go to an AA group, go to an NA group, go to therapy, go to a workshop, go do Tony Robbins, go do a men's weekend, join a men's group, join a women's group, do fucking something. Don't do nothing, because doing nothing means you get run by that stuff, by the stuff they did to you back then. Now, it runs your life now, it owns you now, and it steals from you moments of your life that belong to you. Stolen, never given back. Just gone to nothingness, to nowhere land, to stuck, to frozen, to avoiding, to eating, to sexing, to drinking, to drugging, to whatever way we can find to get it out, to hide, to get back inside. Which pill did Neo take? He took the red pill, right? He took the red pill? You can't take the blue pill. You can't go back to forget. Like halfway through the movie, the dude was like, I just want to go back and eat steaks. I want to be famous. Yeah, that's the only part of the Matrix I don't buy. You can't go back. You can't unknow. You can't have figured it out and then go, oh, yeah, I'm just going to pretend that shit didn't happen. I mean, I guess clinically you can, but it's never the same. And how does it inform every choice and decision you make from there? Right? So that's the last piece I want to talk about triggers. When we don't deal with our triggers, when we don't follow the tether to our trauma and address the trauma, hey dude, come, sit down, have some fucking tea. Let's talk this out. Let's figure this out. When we don't do that, it runs us from the inside. Now it's like, come on, man, it can't really run you. But really, man, it can. Because here's how. It becomes an aspect and a part of every choice and decision that you make going forward. Chad helped us when he was talking about the OCD. Now I can't go in the kitchen because there's knives in the kitchen. Now I can't cook dinner because I need a knife to cook dinner, and it's in the kitchen. So I'm going to make choices and decisions about my life so that I don't have to go into the kitchen and use a knife. So from now on, I'm going to order food from down the street. Except that's not you running your life. That's your triggers and your traumas from yesterday running your now. And they don't belong here. Right? You're inviting them in for tea because they don't know where they're supposed to be. You're going to get informed by them of what the hell happened to you so that you can release them back to where they're supposed to be. Because they're not supposed to be running your life today, man. They're not supposed to be running your show. They're not even supposed to be influencing your decisions. That's not freedom. I want to be free. Sometimes that's me being fucked up. Sometimes that's me being angry. Sometimes that's me being depressed or anxious. But I am free. I am in my fucking body and I am on purpose. I know who I am and I know what I'm doing. I create and build a tribe, use my tools, reach out, look in the fucking mirror, write some shit down. And I know I'm making it sound real easy and it's not. But do it anyway. There's no fucking other way. I mean, you can go back to sleep. You can put on your old dirty fucking clothes and try and do that shit again like it didn't happen. It's not going to work. 1982 was the first time I went into an AA group. The next 4 years of drinking were just a fucking mess. I knew I was a drunk every time I picked up a drink. I knew shit was going to happen, and it did. We got to do our work. So I invite you to do your work. However you're going to do your work, do your work. I love you. Peace.
Always a good time listening to Scott talk. Yeah, my mind's blank at the moment, so yeah, the next person. So. Oh yeah. I know who's next. I just the words about everything else are just kind of, not here as much. So I always have been using the same, what's it called? Introductions. So I'm trying to change up my introductions for everyone. I think I did the best job changing up the one with Scott, but man, Zach is our next one. Zach Hendershot, the man behind the camera, the man who has made me feel seen because of his camera, someone who has quickly become one of my closest friends from not knowing who each other was at all, except for, hey, you got a nice car, so do you. And it's funny because he always says he doesn't have anything to say, and he always ends up having a lot to say, or at least good quality things to say. But it's been beautiful watching your journey of, discovering your purpose and then hearing about your purpose last time and hearing that it ties into these magical creatures that we call cameras. Because as I said to you the other day when I was tattooing Meg, there's something magical about what you do with a camera that no one else has ever been able to do while putting a camera in front of me. And I think you need to know that you do that with not just me, that's just who you are. That's one of your gifts, that's one of your magical things. So come up here and let some of the magic fall out your mouth, Mr. Zach Hendershot. He's handling technical things because he's the camera guy too. You're a little dog, I like that. And honestly, next time you can teach me what to do.
Yeah, it's super easy. Like I said, I just hit a button. Yes, hit it now. I was gonna come up here and talk about how I don't really have any trauma-induced triggers, but honestly, I just don't think I figured them out yet. I know there's some stuff there. We were talking about it on the car ride here that she brought up some things that happened when I was younger that I think I kind of shoved down and forget about because it doesn't seem too serious to me yet. But I think this may be coming a time where it will be, and I'm sure that's going to be some shit I have to work through. So As always, I come up here with a plan of shit to say, and then I forget it as soon as I sit down. That's what's going through my head right now. I don't remember what I had planned to say at all. Wrote some stuff down on my notes, though, so I'm going to refresh my memory real fast. So I grew up a pretty privileged kid. My parents never got divorced. I never really wanted for anything. Didn't even drink alcohol till I turned 21, which never really was an interest to me. I got drunk a few times, but it's not something that I went to as an outlet. Didn't smoke weed till I turned 24. I do that sometimes because that's fun, Having Tourette's syndrome, which a lot of you probably don't know. When I was 18, I was diagnosed with Tourette's, and it's never really been any complications for me until recently, because my tics get worse with added stress and anxiety, which I've been going through, and medicinally I've found marijuana helps, but it's kind of letting myself let it help, because I've never been one to take medications of any kind. I don't even like to take ibuprofen when I have a headache. So getting, growing up, it was still illegal in a lot of places, and I think it's still like that goody two-shoe side of me that's like, maybe this isn't for me. But I was going somewhere else with that too, and I forgot. I'm sorry. So trauma-based, I don't think I have a lot of triggers that are based from trauma, but I have some small ones, especially from anger. Wet socks. Wet socks piss me off, Like, I don't care who you are, where I am. Like, if I got wet socks, just fuck off. I want nothing to do with it. There's a lot of people out there, like, don't talk to them before they have their morning coffee. If I got wet socks, don't speak to me. It's not going to go well. It's going to be bad for you. It's going to be bad for me. It's going to be bad for a lot of shit. And you might be thinking, just take the socks off, right? No, damage is done. My feet are wrinkly. They're cold. They're wet. No, there's no coming back from that. And you might be thinking, that's funny, but no, it's serious, dog. Like, wet socks is not a good time. It's fucking awful. You step in a puddle with Vans, dude, your day's done. Go home. Whatever fun shit you had planned, it ain't gonna be fun no more. You done ruined the day. You got wet socks and wet shoes. Now what are you gonna do? I don't really know if it's a trigger or not, but something that's always kind of stuck with me is watching a bigger dude pull his shirt down, because he's uncomfortable and he doesn't want to, he doesn't feel comfortable in the clothes he's wearing. And that triggers the scared little fat kid in me who used to wear hoodies all the time to school, because he didn't want people knowing he was that scared little fat kid. He'd rather be called the hoodie kid, rather than be judged for his size, which everyone knew. I wasn't hiding that shit. But I felt better because they called me hoodie kid rather than fat kid. And I think that still kind of correlates into my life today. I don't wear these because it's a fashion statement. They're cool. But I wear these because I'm insecure. And living in Florida, I can't really wear hoodies all the time. There's one thing I hate worse than being chubby. It's swamp ass. So the hoodie stays at home. I'm sorry, I feel like I had so much to say that I just completely forgotten. Like I said, it's probably not really a trigger, but maybe just something that unlocks a memory for me is when I smell the smell of gasoline. Takes me back to my childhood. My parents take me to the track every weekend so I could ride my bike and progress in a sport called motocross. And same kind of way I get familiarized with the smell of dirt, because I took a lot of dirt naps. It kind of takes me back to the memory of laying beside my bike a lot in a corner or off a jump because I didn't do something right. And some of the triggers that I don't think I've unlocked yet. It seems to me like I may have some, but they're just completely randomized. So no specific thing really triggers me in a sense. But it's just something completely random that kind of unlocks little memories in my mind. Especially things with dogs. That leads me to a memory I have of watching my first real pet get completely mutilated by a passing car because they didn't stop for her. And it just so happened my front door was open and I got to see the whole thing happen. And instantly dropped to my knees like uncontrollably. Like couldn't believe what I just saw. And the lady didn't even stop. She just kept driving. And I had to go pick her up out of the road and took her last breath in my arms as I was walking over to her new gravesite where I buried her. So now there's like little things of even seeing my dog Diesel today, like little core memories I have of sharing times with her. And which sucks because I had a lot of good times with that dog, but the one I remember the most is watching her die. And hearing the name Dalton really triggers me in sorts, making me remember my first best friend who lost his leg and then lost his life due to being under the influence of alcohol and not having the right people in his corner to save his life that night. And the liquid courage got the best of him, and he pulled the trigger and decided that enough was enough. And part of me feels guilty because I don't think he felt comfortable enough to reach out to me and his time of need so I could talk him off the ledge. And he ended up driving home that night and wrecked into his dad's truck in the driveway. And his dad came out and they got into an argument. And he told his dad to fuck off and go back inside. And that's when he pulled the trigger. His dad came out and found him like that. And being at his funeral was really, really hard for me. Even riding motorcycles, like after that, it was just a really hard time because ultimately that's what ended up taking his life in the end. Was two dudes who were really fucking excited to grow up and buy Harleys together. And he finally got his, and he was hanging out with the wrong crowd. And they weren't watching out for him. And taking him out some gnarly back roads he wasn't ready for. And left him behind to take a corner a little too hard. Go over a ravine and snap his leg and have to crawl all the way back up the hillside by himself to call emergency services. Spent a lot of time visiting him in the nursing home. He fucking loved Texas Roadhouse. So me and my dad would always take him big ribeyes and tomahawk steaks, and he loved that shit. And it's weird because during this time we kind of stopped talking a lot. Even though we were really good friends, like I taught the kid MMA in our backyard. And we were out running laps around my house every day. Just some kid I didn't even know. I met him in a field playing tackle football. And he was like, "Hey, you're cool." And I was like, "Hey, thanks," you know. And he was like, "You fight, right?" And I said, "Yeah." He was like, "Will you teach me?" And I was like, "I don't know. I mean, I guess I can try." And like every day, showed up to my house right on time, just ready to go, ready to learn. And built a beautiful friendship out of it. And man, dude, when he bought his bike, like you could see the little kid in him, like he just lit up his first time, like hopping on it. And then the next day, just like that, he lost his leg. And I think the last time I enjoyed actually riding a bike was the day of his funeral when we all got together to get him one last send-off. And ultimately, I ended up selling mine when I moved down here because I was scared to end up like he would. And it's kind of crazy how the circle of life just kind of continues to throw things at you. My best friend sitting here right now, missing a leg just like he did, gives me the same type of feeling that dude did, except more. You know, Robbie's blessed me with a lot of opportunity and gives me a reason to come out, you know, to find my purpose with these cameras, which is crazy because last week I was talking about just stopping. thinking I'm 31 years old and they're not paying the bills like they used to, and that maybe it's time for me to move on and find something else. And I came back in here one day while she was getting tattooed, and I just took a couple pictures, and he talked to me about it, and I was like, no. I've done it for too long now. No, it's my passion, it's my dream. So I think I got to keep pushing forward with it. And I talked to a producer today from LA actually, and looks like I might be his first AC for my first feature film for November. Filming for 3 weeks. So not anything cool like holding a camera, but I'll be working with cameras and get credit for the film itself. So really stoked, really excited about that. And honestly, I got it to owe to him and her, because if it wasn't for those two, I would have not have pushed forth to pursue a passion or a dream with using these things. And I mean, Robbie's helped me so much with my self-confidence, and maybe too much sometimes. And I think I get turned down from a lot of jobs because I charge too much, because I think I deserve that now. And if you ask Robbie, I deserve more. So, he's built up my ego maybe a little too much, but I get paid more, so it's fine. And I'm exactly. I've turned down more jobs this year than I ever have in my entire life, and it's the first time I've been excited to do so. And I'm happy to have Meg. It's pushed me to do better and be better every day. And things kind of suck right now because I'm working part-time at this cool shop, and I love doing it, but it's not feeding into my passion. It's not letting me pursue my dream, but it pays the bills, and it lets me keep doing what I'm doing. So that's what I'm going to keep doing for now, and hopefully next year it'll be a completely different scenario, and get to do what I love to do on a daily basis again, like I was beginning of this year. So I think I got lost somewhere in translation there. I didn't really talk much about triggers, but I think that's pretty much all I had to say tonight.
It's funny because you talked about triggers a lot. You just didn't realize it. The Dalton thing, it's major. Like that's somebody you still are healing from losing. And I'm really proud of you for talking about it, bringing it up. I've seen you share more about emotional shit here than anywhere else, which is really funny because you do it in front of the camera and in front of an audience. No, he's perfect. You stop it. Yeah, there you go. Perfectly imperfect, as we all have a tendency of being, it seems. But yeah, man, I always love hearing you share your truth, your reality. And it's funny because like every time you were like, I don't know if this is a trigger, and I'm like, yeah, it fucking is. But here we are, everybody's journey looks different. So the next person is someone that I met at workshop, and now it's someone that has been tasked with bringing deviled eggs every single time, because everybody loves their deviled eggs and they're a hit. But an unlikely soul connection that I didn't know I was gonna have. And as I've said before, when we met, you triggered me. And now you make me smile so big when I see you smile, because I see this little girl inside of you that has healed parts of her and is healing parts of herself and is just sharing that love and joy with the world. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for being beautiful and wonderful. Everyone, Kathleen Long.
I'm about ready to take them off. I started logging up everything. I got my shoes on. I got to take them off.
All right, my dear.
So I walked in here tonight, and Robbie gave me a hug, and then he said, "You're going to be number 4. Is that okay with you?" And everything in me went. But then, because I've been around for a while, I was able to myself, it's going to be perfect. And here I am, number 5. And every time I come to do something like this, whoever talks first, you build, they tell parts of your story in a way. And Scott talked about trauma being, triggers being tethers to your trauma. And I found myself listening past that and going, well, what is trauma? And the answer came up to be that place in which you're totally invalidated. Nobody sees you. When you know something's true, your heart tells it's true, but you're surrounded by 25 people that say, no, it's not true. This isn't the way it's going to be. And you talked about it's interesting that the camera, Nick, right? That's your name? Zach. Okay. I'm not good at remembering names yet. He talks about it's like he wants to be seen as who he really is, not some fat little kid or some hoodie, but he wore the hoodie so somebody would see him. So it's just amazing that he's given these cameras to take pictures of people so they can be seen. And that's just really beautiful. And I can now, at this point in my life, for those of you who don't know, I'm 72, and go back and look at specific things in my life that, and times when I was invalidated. And the first times I remember very clearly was in kindergarten when the hamster got loose. And the teacher decided it was my responsibility to find the hamster. And I was terrified of the hamster. It scared me because my mother was not comfortable around animals, and it was just kind of how things were for me. And for some reason, it became my job. She could have picked any other kid in the whole classroom, but she picked me. And it took me till I was probably 50 years old to realize that she was as terrified of that hamster as I was, or she just would have gone and got it herself. But it made me feel incapable. It made me feel small. It made me, it was an assignment. I had to do it. No talking about it. Didn't get to say, I'm scared of this. Will you help me with it? Didn't have those words as a little kid. I don't know, 5, 6, however old you are in kindergarten. So that was just something that stuck with me for years, that I remember that specific type of trauma. I remember in Girl Scouts in 2nd grade where we made aprons for our mothers, and we ran out of time, and the Girl Scout leader decided she was going to sew everybody's apron except for mine. She gives me my apron and she says, I thought you would want to do this yourself. And I didn't know I could say, hell no, do it for me as a little kid. I couldn't. It made me feel odd. It made me feel weird. It made me feel like I wasn't a part of what all the other kids were doing. It singled me out. It put me over on the side. So those are the kind of events I remember really clearly being triggered about. Another thing was, it was also a Girl Scout thing where my mother, I think I've told this story here before, my parents were not American citizens. Therefore, I am, according to the United States government, I was raised by aliens. So just in case you're wondering if there are aliens, there definitely are. They were my parents. But I remember doing ceremony and everybody standing here going, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And my mother's sitting over here. She stood up, but she didn't do this. And the other kids were like, why isn't your mother doing what everybody else is doing? They didn't understand. And after that, they treated me different. I wasn't a proper American after that. And those little subtle things that we identify with in our cultures, if you walk outside those things, people treat you different. So, or they treated me different, and I'm assuming those kind of things happen to other people too. They're really, really, really subtle. It's like people don't know when you do that to somebody and you act like they're weird because they don't say the Pledge of Allegiance, that's not a nice thing to do. That Mommy and Daddy told us, we have to thank all the service people and they're the reason why we're here and blah, 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 which some part of that is true and some part of that is absolute nonsense, if you really think about it. Scott's the question, when you go through these traumas where he said, are you dead yet? And he says, fucking just do it. And I find myself in the workshops and many of the other groups at the end of it all saying to people, well, did you really have something better to do today? And people go, wow, because you do. After the crying and the tears, there's just this moving through it, this peace that comes over you. And so inviting, like Chad said in the beginning, you gotta, well, the way Scott talks about it, you gotta call a thing what it is. And if you're having an emotion, you're having an emotion. And you can, do little kid temper tantrums about it. And I do sometimes. You should see me in my living room sometimes. You don't want to come in there when I'm throwing a temper tantrum. This sucks today. And if you watch any little kid, they can't do a temper tantrum for their whole life. So they learn skills to not do it. And if, usually when a kid is throwing a temper tantrum, I'll root for them. I'm saying, okay, do it, and do it well. And they'll kind of look at you and go, I really don't want to do it anymore. And so things can move much more quickly when you let them do it, as long as they're not hurting themselves or somebody else, than if you tell them to stop it. When we want to throw a temper tantrum, we don't want people to tell us to stop it. Our grown-up self will take over and let us know it's not a good idea. So I'm going to get to, I can't remember the topic of last time. Purpose. Okay, so this is a very interesting time for me in my life. because the skills that I've used in the past, as you grow older, your body changes and you have to learn to do different things. And I have lost 2 husbands. I don't live close to my kids. I live by myself. And I have all you guys, and you're all busy. And sometimes when I ask you for help, you can help me. And sometimes you're just fucking busy like I am. You know, I'd love to be helping all you clean up, but I got my own fucking yard and I have to I have to take care of it. And last week I'm like, what do I do? How do I change this? And the hurricane put that right in my face of, you know, being in this house by myself, and how the fuck do I fix it if the roof goes bad or blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I need an answer to this question or I'm going to go insane. I'm just going to go crazy. And I walked outside, and what's his name, tall, skinny guy back there? Brandon? Is that your name? You were out there, right? I think it was you or somebody, yeah. And I just walked up to him, and it's like this force pushed me into him, and I gave him this huge hug. And the universe has said to me, when I was doing that, is how you get through anything in life. Traumas, triggers, houses burning down, is you have to remember you have to rely on the kindness of strangers. And Robbie and I were strangers in the beginning, but we were kind to each other, and so we became friends. And Kiki talked about having different things that help her get back to being grounded. And after listening to Scott talk about triggers daily in my living room and on the thing, it's like I got to do something to keep me from the looking at triggers as just negative things, because the bracelet, when she needed help, it triggered her into a positive place. So if you have a lot of negative triggers, you learn the skills that Chad talked about, where they don't pull you down again. So another thing, Robbie asked me what I was doing, and I started naming colors. And I said I've been doing a lot of yellow. So I made little yellow cards for all of you, and you're all going to get one. With the wrong date on it, because today is the 19th and not the 18th. This says the 18th on it. But I work with another group where we do shamanic journeying, and we're talking about getting through darkness, places of darkness. And one of the animals that came up was the octopus. And how the octopus sees in the water and looks in places where we as human beings cannot do that. So sometimes in life, if you connect with the animals or something like that, it's like you can become them. And so you can see things from different angles, and they help you through the trigger points of life. And this is what came up when I looked up octopus. And I just looked up octopus. And the first thing it gave me was meanings for an octopus tattoo. Include having the strength to overcome all odds, resolving fears, and spontaneous thinking. And when you hold this magical talking stick, unless you have a script, we're all going to do what you said. We don't know what we're going to say this. You know, So it does take spontaneous thinking to work with triggers, having new ideas, looking. That's why you go to workshops, 'cause you learn something new. That's why you fly out of an airplane, is 'cause you do something new. And, you know, one thing Scott says, and many people say, if you're afraid of something, do it. And the other part of me is, I have to be not afraid of sometimes just saying, no, that's not for me. I don't have to do that thing that I would prefer not to do just because somebody thinks it's a good idea for me. And I can do that when I acknowledge, you know, that if I can breathe through it, the fear goes away and I'm no longer afraid of that thing. So, you know, I don't necessarily have to go do certain things to know, to validate myself, to get that confidence back that was stolen from me when I was a little girl. Because my confidence is in being able to tell my truth in the moment, which is to fucking say no when I want to say no. And, you know, be willing to try new things when I need to try new things. And I know you talked about things that trigger you and having experiences, and Scott and Becky are going to go do a workshop in Colorado, and I think I could go do that. And then something freezes me every fucking time. I can't commit to something ahead of time. And so I said, Rosa, I don't understand that. I don't know why this happens to me. So there's a trigger in there, some kind of experience that happened in my life that is just like. So in spite of that, or because of that, and because I can, and because we're all strong, I just have to give myself permission to be where I'm at in the moment. And validate myself. It's nice to hear validation from other people. And that's why we sit together and we come together in groups. Because you need a little more than just yourself in this life. And like Kiki said, we need the tribe. We need people we can talk to. I walked in the room with Karen today, no words, just a hug that had to happen until she was ready to let go and I was ready to let go. I had a hug like that with another friend of mine last Saturday, I think it was, and she just needed somebody to hug her, probably for 3 minutes before she could let go. That is validation that you have a purpose. It's what that little baby, that brand new baby comes into the world, needs from you when they come in. They need to be hugged. They need to feel the love from all the rest of us. And before I stop, I'm going to tell you one more magical moment that has nothing to do with triggers per se, but it has to do with the magic of the world, because we all love magic. I have 2 sons and a daughter, and I have 5 grandchildren. And my oldest grandchild is about to have a baby, his first child. He's 25. And I went to Eustis last Sunday, and they had a baby shower up there, not like the kind that a lot of people have where it's just women, but it was this big meal, multicultural groups of people. His girlfriend is from, I'm not sure where, but someplace in Mexico. I've only met her like 3 times. And so she comes up on the stage, where they had, you know, the couple. They had them up on the stage in front of all the presents, and we start talking. And she says to me, you know, I'm going to have my baby at home. And so I said to her, who's your midwife going to be? Because I had one baby in a bread truck, one baby in a school bus, and one baby in the beginning of a house that was attached to an army tent, all with midwives. And so she tells me who is going to deliver her baby, and then she whips out her phone and shows me this book. It's called Ina May's Childbirth Lessons. And I looked at her and I go, that's the lady who delivered my son over there back in 1972 in Tennessee. And I thought, what are the odds of that happening? You know, just all these little miracles. So, and connecting that back to triggers, you know, it's like when you get triggered, one of the things, if you can pull up, is memories of those miracles and how things do change. Things don't stay the same. And as Grandma Rose always said, I haven't figured it all out yet, but that's what I'm sharing for tonight. So thank you. I'm going to pass out little octopuses to everybody. He doesn't want to let go either. Except he has places to go, places to be. Oh, right.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break to change a wire because of the thing that's been happening. So people on stream, give it a second. And I'm going to go use the restroom. So, yeah, we'll be right back. All right. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. All right, cool. We are back. We're getting the microphone situated. Does it feel good? All right. All right. We're back. Kathleen forgot something, so she's going to go ahead and drop that right quick.
Okay, I'm just going to read something. This book is called Walking Through Darkness. It's by Sandra Ingerman and Lynn Roberts. It says, "We live in a multi-dimensional reality. I find that many people today prefer to ride the surface waves of life and not go too deep. But just like the treasures that octopus finds when in the depth of the oceans, going deep can bring changes to your entire presence and way of being in the world. Going deep can bring you to a place where you can access your profound wisdom, the intuition you were born with, and live a life that has flow and meaning." So that just was cool.
All right. So, our next speaker is someone who has had a profound effect on a number of us in this room, just by showing up and being authentically themselves. She's brilliant. She's beautiful. She's got an amazing and difficult story of life, but she's learned how to transmute all that into something more amazing and continue to help others by giving love, support, safety, comfort, and just overall goodness. So, Grandmother Rose, please come up.
I think the first thing I want to say is thank you to everybody that's spoken already. Because I don't go anywhere in a group like this that when we share and when we do things and that I don't learn. Because a lot of times I get this little piece of the puzzle that'll put something together that I've been wanting to go together for a long time. And somebody will say something, just a sentence or a story or something. And the next thing you know, oh, okay, I found that piece of puzzle. So keep talking, please. As I listen to each one of you, it took me through a journey of experiences, of things that I've gone through. So many things, so much. If you live long enough, you're going to experience it all. But I'm not dead yet, so I'm still here. Not finished yet. Going back to think the things that I learned about triggers and about difficulty and trauma and all that kind of stuff. It's because of the teachers I've had, I've been able to go back and look at it in different ways. I'll learn a bit, and I can look at it that way, and then I learn more, and I can look at it that way, and I just keep growing and growing and growing and growing and coming to better understanding, even now. And I've been doing this all my life, trying to find the answers to the things that I discover inside of me and around me that I don't understand. You know, like Kathleen and others have talked about being a child and not understanding what's happening and what's going on around you. So what do? I can tell you what I did. I froze. I've always called myself a frozen child, a frozen person inside, because there was nothing there. Nothing. I was diagnosed with fragmented personalities and PTSD, and when they got that far, I said, stop. I don't want to know anything else. I want to do it naturally and my way, no medication, no nothing like that. But I had the support system around me that I could do that. And in the process of my life and learning, I never had the word trigger used around me. There were other words and terminologies used, but trigger, that one I don't remember until recent months, and I don't remember if it was last month or the month before I shared the most recent chapter of my life when my son died. And I'm going to be a time healing from that because I went into being a frozen person again, isolated and pulled back in majorly. I made a choice that I was committed to my son until he passed, and I knew he's going to. But I'm looking at it now going, oh, that's why I act that way right now, because I've been triggered over and over and over by behavior in my home. And in order for me to survive it and get through it and help as much as I possibly could, I had to commit to walking through what I had to walk through to accomplish what I needed to accomplish, which was to say goodbye to my son and go on from there. But now I'm realizing how isolated I have been, and that's what I'm working on now, is getting back out in the world. Coming here was getting back out in the world again. And I've come to find out this. I have a place I go that is sanctuary for me. And I have a tribe. We've talked about tribe already tonight. I have a tribe. Now you've joined my tribe. This whole group has joined my tribe because I can come here and be at peace, away from everything out there, take a deep breath, think about what I have to think about, and listen to you share with me what I need to know. So having a really, really good support group is absolutely fantastic, and I'm blessed in that way, family-wise and otherwise. But it's taken a lot of years to put it all together and to put it together so it serves me and it helps me and everybody else around me. What did I first learn? The first thing I learned, and the best thing that helped me with working with triggers and just about anything, was how to talk to myself, how to listen to myself. In the mirror, looking in the mirror, Kiki, yeah, I do that a few times, quite regularly actually. And I've gotten to the point to where I see myself and I'm going, oh, you're kind of neat old lady. You know, I laugh at myself. And, with white hair and gray eyebrows and no makeup, I kind of fade out, but that's okay. I don't mind a bit. I don't mind. But it's fun, and I laugh at myself a lot. But then I can go into panic, into a panic attack. The last real trigger I had was just, I think it's 2 weeks ago. We were at community at Lodge Weekend, and Friday night we have our women's meeting, and then Saturday morning we have a free day until we begin to prepare for Lodge, get the fire ready and food and everything. But in the morning we talk, we have breakfast, and it's just a few of the core group that's there, and we just talk and share and have fun and laugh and, you know, and have a good time. But subjects came up and we talked. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Talk about invalidated. That morning, I haven't felt that for a long time, but that morning I felt invalidated. Thank you, Kathleen, for that word. Because I would say, start to wait a break in the conversation and want to say something, make a comment or something. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. They didn't even look at me. They didn't even know I was there. And I've been part of this group for almost 30 years. But I was treated rather rudely. I don't think it was on purpose, but it disturbed me. It wasn't on purpose, but it disturbed me that I couldn't get a word in edgewise. And I could have made some kind of comment, you know, and that kind of stuff, and it upset me quite a bit. It really triggered me, but good. And I got up and went outside, and I took a deep breath and actually shed a little bit of a tear. And then I came back inside and tried to join the conversation again, and it didn't work. And I'm going, oh my gosh. And I made a snide remark to Kathleen. And then I just bided my time and took a deep breath and thought about it. And I thought, you know what? It's okay. You're okay. It's okay. This hasn't happened ever like this before. But there are new people in this group and all this kind of stuff, and they don't know me that well. But I settled down and I was okay. And then a little later in the weekend, I was in a conversation that was exactly different from it. I was forced to talk when I didn't want to talk. I was coerced into talking about things I didn't want to talk about. And I don't think anybody was doing anything wrong then. They were doing what they thought was right for me, and it was very, very hurtful to me. So I had to look at these two situations and go, okay, you've been triggered by no talk, too much talk, what's going on here? You know, and it's, that day I was not feeling very good. I was really off balance a little bit, and I was there to get myself back in balance again. And like Kathleen, I don't wear shoes any more than I absolutely have to, because I know I ground with the earth. And I go stand on my, I call her my mommy, because she's our true mother. And spend time with her. I'm not in counseling anymore, and I do listen to other people and encourage and help them. But when I do that, it helps me too, because when I listen to their triggers, their trauma, it helps me understand mine better too. I remember the day that I realized I wasn't the only one that had gone through this, because I had been taught, you don't talk, you don't remember, you don't speak. That part of my life didn't exist. That rough, tough part of my life did not exist in my everyday world, and yet it did exist, and it is real now. I've had the opportunity to do so many things and have so many really, really, really good teachers and learn skills, and yet in this time with my son and his transition, I put so many of those aside because I had to be where I was and doing what I was doing. But now I'm picking those back up again. I'm picking those freedoms back up again and dealing with the trauma of that, of his death, and the things that happened during that time. And everything that I've learned in my life has helped me. And one of the things that's helped me a lot is the fact that I've spent most of my life around children and working with children and families. And I learned to teach them what they needed for life. And in the death and the dying process, I know when people are losing their skills and when they're putting this skill aside and not using that one anymore and preparing to transition into the other side. It's a really, really neat thing to see that even to the very end, we're absolutely marvelous people. I haven't found a bad one yet. Even if they think they are. But there's so many skills, but during the time that I was with my son, in the end especially, I was frozen again. I hadn't felt that way for a long time either. So I'm dealing with that now, the feeling of isolation and freezing and not fitting in and all that kind of stuff. And whoever talked about, I think you all talked about walking into that trigger and doing what needs to be done. I had two things pointed out to me tonight that I have to go do because it's a trigger, and I'm allowing that trigger to keep me from doing what I need to do. So I have some work to do. Thank you. You pointed that out to me. But there's so much to learn. You can't ever learn it all. I don't believe in perfection, because I think we keep learning and we keep learning. And the whole purpose of our life is to evolve and to grow and expand and learn and all that kind of stuff. But I will tell anybody that's going through a hard time or going through a trauma or had a trauma or anything at all, I can promise you you're going to get through it. And that's what I promised myself. I know whatever it is, I'm going to get through it. I'm going to get on the other side of it. But I can't promise myself or anybody when it's going to transition into a better time, into what it's supposed to be, how, I don't know how you're going to get through it when you're walking down the middle of it and you're in the middle of a trigger. It's very disturbing. It can be very hard just to put one foot in front of the other. But I can promise you, if you keep going, you're going to get through it. If you do the work, if you listen to your teachers, if you listen to yourself, if you listen to the great mystery, if you listen to it all and put it together. Another thing I've learned to do is to just sit with it and get calm and get point on in the present moment and say, okay, what do you know about this? What is your understanding of this? How do you look at it? And when I come to some understanding of that, then the next thing I ask is, what do you think? Is it good for you? Is it not? How does it feel for you? And then the next question is, how do you feel about this? And allow myself to have the feelings that I have. And to look at those feelings and say, are these serving me or are they not? I have a list of emotions on the back of my bedroom door that list 38 different emotions. From fear on the bottom, the hardest, to joy on the top. And I'll work my way through those emotions when I'm triggered and when I'm panicked and out. Another thing I do, I have a best friend, Kathleen. And I can call her and say, will you talk me down? Talk me down, please, talk me down. And she'll do it. She'll listen to my story and then she talks me down and gently helps me get my feet back on the ground and get my heart back where it's supposed to be and put myself back together. So I'm not always going off half-cocked and all that kind of stuff. But you do get better as you practice. And it is practice that makes it better. To look at your triggers and, okay, that's all right. You're going to have triggers. I prefer a different word. Thank you. My dad was a cop. And I don't like the feeling of somebody holding the trigger. Yeah, that kind of idea. So I will look for a different terminology for myself. But we're all triggered. We're all triggered by news. And we're triggered by all kinds of things. But the one thing that really bothers me is how people talk to each other, how people talk to children, how people talk to elders, how they talk to themselves. You know, words are powerful. And we can learn to use them in good ways. It's amazing how good you can do with just a few good words and a smile. And looking in a mirror and smiling at yourself and laughing at yourself and remembering you are wonderful and you're going to get through it. And if you work real hard, you just might get through it in a good way. But you always do. You always end up in a good place. But it takes practice and belief and learning and growing and laughing. Uh-huh. Ah.
And if anyone's ever treated you poorly, Grandmother Rose, let me know. I'll kick their ass. The next person is Abel. Are you leaving? Okay. So, Abel and I met on a chance encounter on the streets of downtown Melbourne. And then through the human narrative, because of Megan and Chad being our bridge to each other, Abel has now officially started working at Rad Inc. as of this week or last week? Last week. And it's been a really awesome experience so far. Just getting to learn and teach and grow together, and seeing the human that he is, and just the way he loves so fiercely and so openly, and is so welcoming and so just good-hearted. And I really love that. I have a great crew right now. I've said that a number of times. And Abel's a wonderful new addition to that crew because he's not just a tattooer. He's a part of our human soul family. And he had prior engagements tonight and showed up because he wanted to soak in what he could, because he's got to go to church tomorrow in the morning and he can't be out too late, but he wanted to get here and spend a little bit of time with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Abel Buskirk.
Yo, yo, yo. No, I'm kidding. I just came from a little networking gathering, so that was fun. I'm Wednesday on a Saturday, if you know what I mean. I didn't bring my Bible because I already look like a priest in drag, so I said, let me not do that today. But I'm glad I was able to catch you guys and lock eyes with all of you. And I was like, man, I can't wait to go. I have to go. I have somewhere to be. So this is my station, y'all. Yay. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Robbie, again for everything. And I'm so happy and honored to be under your guidance and under your beautiful roof that you've crafted so beautifully. So the word triggers, that's a good one. Oddly enough, I can say that I have learned to fall in love with that word. Weird, right? And when I hear that word, I think of a couple things. And just like Grandmother Rose was talking about, and Miss Kathleen, thank you for the present, by the way, it's beautiful. Hearing the word trigger, it gives me two things immediately. And the first thing I thought of was like a pistol. And I only thought of that because my wife's a Marine. So, because when you point it one way, you have a couple fingers pointed right back at you, right? And so I definitely think that keeping that in the forefront when we hear that word and just holding space for other people as well as ourselves in that moment, sometimes that can be difficult, right? Like when somebody says they're triggered about something and it triggers you too at the same time, and simultaneously you're like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do? How do I hold space for you in this moment while I'm also like, you know, freaking the fuck out? So, taking that pause and doing that beautiful questionnaire that Grandmother recommended, I think is absolutely beautiful. I'm starting to get familiarized with checking in with myself more and being present more. And I think that's as far as I've gotten, is where am I at? Is this giving me good feelings or bad feelings? And I really love the feelings wheel. I definitely tell my clients about it all the time. And I'm like, okay, I will stop the tattoo. We will identify this feeling and we will work through this together. And the rest of the tattoo will be this beautiful releasing moment. And we're just going to transmute it to light and butterflies, right? So, you know, but yeah, I love the word triggers. And I love the experiences that I've been through because I wouldn't be here today without all of them. And especially with all of you, especially here. So yeah, just get comfortable with the uncomfortable. And one thing I say to myself too is silence yourself to listen. So yeah, thank you guys. I love you.
Sometimes that's all we need is a few words. And I always appreciate the long ones and the short ones. Because when it's straight and to the point, you can kind of follow along a little easier. Sometimes the stories are just so enthralling, you just trail along behind. But our next speaker has earned a nickname. That nickname is Kiki's husband. And I love that he wears that name so graciously because, I mean, in reality, he's the fucking man in his everyday life. And it's probably nice to not be the head of the household in everything. So, a man that I love so much, so kind, so gentle, and yet when he needs to be, he's a motherfucker. And he gets shit done. And that's what I love about you mostly is the beautiful balance that I've seen you carry, because you're so gentle and so kind, but I've also seen you be very direct and very strong. And it's a beautiful thing to see. My friend, David Poyer.
Hello. All right, I didn't think I was going next because I saw somebody else in the queue, so I'm like just relaxed back there, but that's okay. I appreciate coming to these events. It's the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing can kind of tie things together for you, and in my case, it was something Kathleen said, and it was just, you said something about, if you don't want to do it, you're not going to do it. You reserve that right. And all of a sudden, it wasn't even directly related to that, but things just connected. So thank you for that. And thank you for everybody that shared. Triggers are tethers to the trauma. I've heard that a lot. I agree with it. When we experience trauma, we do things to make us feel safe because we're feeling unsafe in that traumatic moment. So we develop, usually, a lot of times this happens, when we're children, and we develop mechanisms to make ourselves safe. So whatever that is that we use as a coping mechanism served us as a child. And then when those same events or similar events happen in our adulthood, in our future, that's when we experience that same trigger, and we can go back to that 6-year-old little boy like that and use those same 6-year-old little boy safety mechanisms to keep us safe. As long as I can remember, I've been afraid of heights. Like I can't stand heights. I get sweaty palmed. I get so nervous around heights. I can't even watching it on a video. I feel the anxiety behind it. So it's like a trigger to me is like when something happens and you physiologically feel it in your body and you can't help but go to a certain place. Experiencing that height fear. In being triggered in those moments, I've tried not to let it stop me, and I haven't. So I haven't tried. I've succeeded at not letting it stop me from doing most things that involve heights, because I didn't want it to rule me. Climbing to the top of mountains, riding roller coasters, experiencing things like that, just to not let it control me, so I can still experience those beautiful things, those fun things, and. If I try it once and then I'm like, okay, I really just didn't like that, that's okay. I don't have to keep doing it and keep not liking it unless it is controlling me. Kind of what we talked about, the exposure therapy, it's similar to that. But if it's not controlling you, it's not affecting your life, I don't really see a reason to keep, putting yourself through hell. So when things come up that are maybe height related, I still push up against them. Let's bring this back. So I've been trying to figure out for a long time, knowing that this is probably childhood related, right? What's this height fear? Why am I being triggered? And the memory that keeps coming back to me, it's vague. I don't remember the person exactly. It's all fuzzy. But I remember I lived on the second story of this house, and I remember one of my dad's friends holding me upside down over the porch. And I'm like, okay, that must be it. That's the thing I keep going back to. I was about 6 years old, and that's the memory that comes up. That's probably it. It's like, okay. And so, I keep pushing against that. I don't want it to control me. The latest thing that came up was I had an opportunity to go ziplining in Colorado. It's one of like the top ziplining places ever. Not ever. I don't know. It's like top 10 in I don't know if it's the U.S. or world or whatever, but it was a really good opportunity. It was free to me. And I was afraid of it. So I said, let me do it because this is the one that freaks me out the most among the options that I had, right? And so I did it, and I'm like, I just kept doing it. And the pattern that comes up for me is jumping and doing the zip lining is amazing. standing on the edge, waiting for the people to go, I'm freaked the fuck out. I cannot wait for my turn so I can jump. And then when I get on the other side and I'm waiting for him to unhook me and I'm on like the frickin' ledge, because this is mountain to mountain to mountain to mountain. There was like 7, ledge to ledge to ledge. That's when I'm freaking out. And then, when I can get there and he's hooking me up, I have a sense of relief, because I can do that soaring moment. The same thing came up when I would do roller coasters. The tick, 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 tick. Anxious as hell, freaking out. We get to the top, hands in the air. I'm ready to go. I'm having the time of my life, and I'm screaming joy. So what is this? I haven't been able to figure it out until tonight when Kathleen said that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of the ledge. Because I think that grown-ass motherfucking man, when I was 6 years old, is going to stand behind me again and hold me off that fucking ledge. And I'm not going to feel safe again. I'm afraid that he's still standing behind me. I always wondered why in high school I couldn't stand on the balcony on the second floor and look over with all my friends. Because I remember having the thought, somebody's going to come up behind me and they're going to lift me over the ledge. Why am I thinking that? So, I don't know. That just all kind of clicked for me tonight, so I wanted to share that. It's like, that's what it is. I'm going back. I'm being triggered, and I'm going back to that 6-year-old little boy. And so owning that and knowing what it is powerful, because I can work on that. I can work with that. The other piece that I wanted to share, and that's where I go with the owning it, is the other thing where I've noticed being triggered is when people that I love around me get loud, when they get very expressive. I can deal with loud noises. They don't bother me. Other people yelling, fighting don't bother me. But when it's people that I love and they're yelling around me or at me, I kind of go in like this disassociated, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to completely shut down and just not conversate with you at all. I'm not going to engage in this loud activity, and that was causing some issues for me because it's sort of like I was running, and I had to figure out what that was. And there was yelling in my childhood with my parents arguing and stuff like that. So I kind of traced it back to that. And to keep myself safe, I would just be quiet in the corner, right? So I didn't get involved in any of this loudness. So, that was causing communication issues. I married an Italian woman, and they can be loud, and that's just how they communicate sometimes. So in the loudness, in the expression, I would shut down. And so I was cutting off any further advancement of that conversation. It wasn't until it took me so long to even realize that I was being triggered. I just thought that's just how I am. That's how I choose to live. And once I owned that I was actually being triggered, I could actually do something different with that. And so the next several times that it happened, I'm like, fuck, I know I'm being triggered, but I still can't help it. It's so comfortable to be in that 6-year-old little boy, comfortable energy of I'm safe. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to be safe in the corner. And then I started to be, kind of able to separate from that and be like, you know what? I'm going to choose not to let this trigger rule me in this situation. I'm going to choose to have a louder voice inside of me to say, no, you're not going to shut down. You're going to keep communicating, and you're going to head this, take this head on. And so that's helped a lot. There's been a lot of growth for me, and I'm still working on it. I think we just got to keep working it. We say this thing in workshop, a thing is what it is, own it, and you can create with it, right? So own your triggers. First you got to realize they are triggers. And once you own that they're a trigger, you can start to create with that, right? So that's what I wanted to share. Thanks for listening.
Proud of you, dog. It's always so beautiful when you see men I love everyone accessing emotions, but it really makes my heart happy when I see men accessing their emotions and just being vulnerable as shit and honest about what it is. Man, you got me with the man behind you thing, like I think we all kind of have a man behind us or someone behind us that we're afraid of. So thank you for sharing that with us. Our next speaker is someone that I met through this event, and she is a part of the Way Through Soul family of mine. And it's funny because it's been a really cool ride watching her go from very scared and probably a little too stoned to speak the first time she came. That was my fault. And then she needed me to sit the next time she came here so she could speak. So I sat in front of her. And then the next time she also wanted me to sit, but then I sat further away. And then the next time she didn't need me. And, oh, you're so sweet. And now she has turned into one of our regular speakers who can get up here and speak without needing the safety net of a human that she's pretending she's having a conversation with. Miss Karen Zaccaroli. How short some of y'all are until I give you hugs.
Glad I could help you remember.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. So this has been really interesting to have all these people talk and say so many of the things that I was going to say, right? But yeah, I can see why. But so through listening to everybody, I had notes here. I'm going to use them, but so I came to a little crossway here, and there's tethers are wait a minute, how's it go? Triggers or tethers to the trauma, which I have had that for sure. My biggest one example of that would be 5 years old, had a blood test, never had one before, woke up on the floor smelling salts up my nose because the girl poked me so many times I literally passed out and the needle broke off in my arm. So growing up, when I got married, I went in front of a judge and said, if I have to have this blood test, I'm not getting married. It probably would have been a better idea if he didn't let me, but he signed a waiver so I did not have to have the blood work done because I was that afraid of having a needle again. The next time I had a blood test done, actually I was maybe 4th grade, and I was so afraid from that first experience. They literally pinned me to the table. 2 doctors, 3 nurses held me down to get my blood so I could get my appendix out. I mean, petrified is not even the word for it. If I see somebody else get a tourniquet put on their arm, I'm about to pass out. My fear comes up. I had 6 kids. Go figure that shit out. I got away with as little needles as possible, and that's why I had all natural, because I didn't want a needle in my back. I didn't want to have any kind of, if I had to have drugs, I had to have a needle. No. So just let me just have kids. So that's what I did. And to this day, if I get a tourniquet around my arm, I feel my whole body just flush. I'm ready to hit the floor. And I always say, I need 3 people to take my blood. 1 to hold my arm so I don't move, 1 to take the blood, and 1 to talk me through it over on this side. Kind of like you are my support system. So I need that kind of support system when I have blood work done. So after going to the Way Through, anybody who hasn't done it, what the hell are you waiting for? Go do it, okay? Because any of us that come up here that have been through that program, it's the bomb. This man right here is magic, okay? And David and Kiki and everybody else. But what I realized when I went through that program was something that really I hadn't, decades of working on myself, I didn't realize how small I was and how I let people overpower me, and I didn't stand up for myself. I didn't speak my truth. And, you know, there was a point where I think it was my truth before it became my trigger, if that makes sense, because I didn't realize what I was doing at the time. So not standing up for myself, allowing people to tell me things that I might not have wanted to do and talking me into things. And just so for a while, for many years, I could be talked into something. I could be manipulated into something. I could feel less than somebody, and they could tell me what I should do or how I should do something. And I would just do it because I didn't have any boundaries. I didn't have any voice of my own. I was the people pleaser. I was the peacekeeper. You know, don't rock the boat, don't make waves, not even ripples. You just go with the flow and do what everybody else wants to make everybody else happy. And that's what I did. And after I went through that program, I started saying, bullshit, I'm not doing that anymore. So I did it afraid. When I feel myself shut down so I didn't have a confrontation, I had to talk myself and give myself permission to have a or to have words or speak my truth. Even if I thought the reaction wouldn't be favorable for me, I'm like, that's not the point. The point is you feel differently. You have a right to say so. So I would literally, no shit, in my head be telling myself, you can do this. You have a right to say this. You're not that child anymore. You're a full-grown adult. And in between going back and forth with somebody, I would have to give myself a pep talk to keep saying what I wanted to say. Why? Because I was taught that you weren't supposed to speak up. You didn't have rights to have an opinion. You did what your mother told you. That was it. She wants you to go to college. You don't want to. You need to go because she wants you to go. I mean, just that was my life. And when I finally realized I'd been giving my power away all my life, shutting myself down, shutting my voice down, never having firm boundaries. When I started stepping into that, inside I was shaking, doing it afraid. And I can remember the few conversations, the first few times I said, you turn yourself around, you go back and you tell them what you think. You have the right to do that. And I did. And man, it was scary. But I kept saying, I got you. I give you permission. You're okay. In between everything I said, I would give myself a little mental pep talk so that I could say what I wanted to say. And then eventually, I recognized something. I wasn't stopping myself anymore. I wasn't overthinking, is this going to cause an issue if I say this with this person? It didn't matter because it was my opinion. I'm entitled to it. I'm entitled to share how I feel. And if somebody else doesn't like it, that's on you, not me. So learning to give myself permission to have boundaries and walk away from things or say no, that was a big one. I would always say yes. I would never say no to anybody because I didn't want to upset anybody or hurt their feelings. And then I got to the point where I was saying yes to everybody and I never said yes to me. I was stretched so thin, giving my time and energy to everything everybody else needed, that I wasn't giving anything to myself. Or I wasn't being true to myself. And so I finally realized that. There was one time, and this is when, shortly after I went through the program, I went on this first last date. And this guy ordered a beer, and so I said, well, I really don't drink, but, you know, I'll have a glass of wine while we're chit-chatting. And so he had 3 beers to my 1 glass of wine, and that was already a red flag for me. And then the waitress came back, so I finally finished my drink, and I said, no, I'll just have water. And he got another drink. She came back and put a beer in front of him and a glass of wine in front of me. And I kind of looked at her, and I'm like, I said, I just wanted water. She said, he told me to bring you one. Did he? Wow. Here it comes. Thank you, Scott. Because the old me would have sat there and just drank it just to be polite. That me that came out of that weekend, I said, it's time for me to go home. He's like shocked, right? Yeah, thank you. And he looked at me and didn't know what was going on. I'm like, I said I did not want another drink, but for some reason you thought you knew better that you ordered me another one, even trying to override my no. If you won't take no for a drink, what else won't you take no for? I'm going home. Thank you. And I left. That was the end of that for me. So if it wasn't for that weekend with you, I probably never would have done that. But I took the steps, and I had to do every time it came up, I did it afraid until it's no longer a thought. And then it was like, boy, this feels fucking good. I can, no more triggers, because I don't allow myself to be triggered by anybody and shut down. And that's what I learned by going to this man's program, thewaythrough.org. Look it up, book yourself, get yourself in there. I swear to God, you will never be the same, and you will love yourself for it. So there's your plug. And thank you.
That's some powerful shit right there. Yeah, boundaries are a beautiful thing. We all, absolutely. And it's pretty magical to watch people transform. It's actually really magical. And so we talk about the Way Through Workshop a lot. It is not a cult. But, you know, a lot of us have done it. Actually, most people in this room have done it. And it's a really magical place where, you know, you're triggered through a lot of shit the whole weekend. And it, you know, there's this magical, you know, way that it all comes together at the end. I did not leave feeling energized. I left feeling like, what the fuck? I don't know what's happening, and when am I going to feel different? And so I'm a slow processor. So I had to slowly process everything that had gone on through that weekend. And it was really magical. So if you are in the local Melbourne area or in Colorado next month, check out the Way Through Workshop, thewaythrough.org, right? It's a brilliant place for you to figure some shit out. Tap on some triggers, tap on them some more, and see what it is that can help you unravel those, you know, tethers to the trauma. So yeah, I just wanted to plug that because it's an awesome place. And I always like to talk about it because a lot of us talk about it, and like, it just sounds a little weird sometimes because we're all bringing it up, but it really isn't a bad place. It's a wonderful place. And they don't hold you hostage. And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. I've done a Tony Robbins weekend, and I've done the Way Through. I spent an exorbitant amount of money to be at the Tony Robbins weekend, and I feel like I exponentially got more tangible change-proof evidence and concepts of how to live my life the way I need to through this. Tony Robbins weekend was wonderful, but this is more real, I feel like. So the Tony Robbins thing is so many people, and it's so hard to be this close and intimate, and it's a very intimate, wonderful experience. So if you want to come and you're not in Florida, check it out. It's awesome. It'll be worth a trip. If you are in Florida, it's really awesome. You should definitely check it out. And that leads me to our next speaker, Ashley. She has been coming to the way through, once again, through Chad and Megan. I mean, fuck. The human narrative, yeah, woo. The human narrative for quite some time now, and has become one of our regular speakers and become one of my regular favorites because she is a wild, angry, loving, aggressive Scorpio, much like myself. And she is a powerful fucking speaker with a lot of brilliance and life experience to share. So Ashley, please come up.
Hi guys. Triggers. I have BPD, so which ones do you want to talk about? I have a whole bunch. Everything triggers me. Everything, literally. Everything and nothing at all. Much like Karen, I have been the people pleaser most of my life. Mainly because I don't like confrontation, because I know what I will do if confrontation goes too far. And it's not pretty. Like, I know me very well. I am fucking aggressive, and I do have a lot of anger. So I always say, I'm saved, I'm not soft. Please don't go there with me. Yeah, and then I had a dad who was very fucking angry all the time. Not towards me, but everybody else. He was just an asshole. He really was. He was a very good-hearted, beautiful-hearted asshole. But, he always got into confrontations out in public, and it was embarrassing, and I hated it. So it was very funny that this came up. Like, this whole week I've been triggered by all sorts of shit, and it's ridiculous. But couple of things that I really wanted to talk about is this. The first one is a couple of days ago, I was leaving my house at 6:45 or something like that in the morning. It's early as shit. Emily's on the bus. I'm like, I need coffee, so I'm just going to take a ride and go get myself coffee. And so I have, a lot of common sense. I know that's not so common anymore. But, when you pull out in front of someone, you have two options. You either have someone run up on your ass because you're an idiot and you pulled out in front of them, or you hit the gas and go and get out the way. And I have common sense, so I hit the gas, I go, I get out the way. I know the lady's coming. I see her. I know I have plenty of time, so I pull out. And it wasn't until an eighth of a mile down the road, she literally speeds up behind me because she's mad that I pulled out in front of her. I know. And she's in this huge SUV with these bright-ass LED lights, and she proceeds to shine her fucking light right in my mirror. And at this point, I'm pissed because my dad used to do that shit to people. I used to be sitting there in the passenger seat like, what are you fucking doing? Like, you're blinding these people. What's wrong with you? Stop being an asshole. You're going to cause wrecks. What's wrong with you? So, sure enough, first of all, don't do that to me. Like, what the fuck? I was so angry because I have bright-ass blue eyes. They don't take light too well. I have to wear sunglasses out in the sun. So, yes, I almost stopped dead in the middle of the road. If you want to ride my ass and put your bright-ass LEDs in my mirror, you're going to buy me a new fucking car. Let's do that. Because once again, I'm saved, I'm not soft. So, she proceeds to then come around me, start yelling at me out of her window, and I took pictures of her. Because we have a Facebook group in Brevard called Brevard Idiot Drivers. And if I had $1 for every motherfucker in this town that I took a photo of and didn't post, okay, because I feel like God gives me grace and mercy for all the bullshit that I do. I can certainly give grace and mercy to these idiots that don't know how to drive in this county. Anyways, but it was the moment of knowing that I had pulled out and went fast enough, and you intentionally sped up to get behind me to try to blind me, that I decided this bitch is going on this page. Yeah. And I posted her. And here come more triggers. Because then I get all the town all the town's idiocracy coming on there, giving me shit for posting this. Well, you're camped out in the left lane. First of all, that's a residential area, okay? That rule only applies on the highway. I don't care what nobody says. We're going 45 miles an hour. It's 6:45 in the morning. Lady, you do not need to be that big of a bee. What is your problem? Come on, chill out. So I get all these people from town start giving me hell about camping out in the left lane. And here I am arguing with these fools back about this, knowing that they're just going to keep giving me shit because they know it's fuel to their fire and they love it and it's funny and they're, you know. But here I am trying to stand up for myself and be right, you know. And there was this one particular guy who had commented about, oh, I'm going the speed limit and I'm exercising my right. Yeah, I can do that and I will do that. I don't care if you make a joke about that, but here's the thing. I realized, you know, all these people arguing about being in the left lane, and here I am arguing with them back. I came to the conclusion, like, how many times have you, like, let someone else, you know, they're fighting for the right that this the left lane, you got to get over. No, shut the fuck up. You got a whole nother lane. You got a whole nother fucking lane. I don't care. You have basically created a ripple effect of bullshit to happen in your own day because you come up behind somebody and you're pissed the fuck off that they won't move out of your way when you have a whole nother fucking option right here. And that's all you got to do is just move over and let it go. And I had to realize this a few days later, going through a personal situation with someone in my life that I continue to try over and over and over to save and save and save, and I can't save them because it's not my fucking job, and I'm hard-headed and I have a soft heart, and I don't, you know, it's hard to realize you love somebody, you can't fucking save them. You have to let them go sometimes. So I had some issues happen over this past week with this person in my life, and looking back on the situation where I'm thus explaining to other idiots in the town, like, all you got to do is just move over. You know, I realized within this situation, like, I just have to let it go. I have to just move over and let it pass and let it be what it is. Because the triggers upon triggers upon triggers that it brings to me in my life and disrupting my peace is not worth it to me anymore. Having a soft heart and wanting to care about somebody is not worth, like, that's a good for me to be that way, but it's not worth all this bullshit that I'm putting myself through for another person that doesn't even want to help themselves. And so that really triggered me a lot because I realized that the biggest fear that I have is continuing my life knowing that I'm going to make it and I'm going to be good and I got this, because I've gotten through a lot of shit in my life. But the real trigger is knowing that the unknown about this person that means so much to me. Because if this person falls flat on their face and something happens that's, you know, heartbreaking, like, I have to accept that it's not my fault. You know, it's not, there's nothing I can do about that. I have to let it go. No matter what I do, I can't fucking control it. I can't control someone else's actions and someone else's, you know, how they choose to live in their life. And that, as I said, is a trigger for me in itself, because here I am trying to control the situation. And I do that a lot because I like to be in control. I'm not going to lie. I like to be in control. I know if I'm in control, I know what the fuck is going on, and I don't have to worry about anybody else. I know how to control me. I don't know if you know how to control you. So I'm going to control me, and I'm going to walk the fuck away, which is why I don't like confrontation. This particular person I get into confrontations a lot with. And one of the biggest triggers of my life happened this week with this person, when the littler person in my life, who means so much to me, comes out and hears our god-awful washing machine that bangs up against the wall every time I fucking wash something because it's off balance and I don't know how to fix it and I don't give a shit. So I just let it do its thing. It washes, it spins. That's all I need to do. Comes out of the room and thinks that there's confrontation going on in our house because she's been around it and dealt with it so much. And that was a moment of, wait a minute, something's not right here. Like, you hear this all the time. You know what's going on. You hear it all the time. I wash clothes all the time. You know what the sound is. But she's triggered in a way that she's coming out thinking that it's something completely different. And I realized in that moment, like, it's been 12 years and it's time to move forward completely to the point where I can't have a soft spot in my heart anymore. Even if it means you're going to be hurt, I have to let it go. And that was hard because to hear her say that she's scared and for it to like register like that with me was like, this is her home. She needs to feel safe. And even though that didn't happen, for her to have that fear from just a sound, like, I don't want her to deal with the shit that I've dealt with. So I got to fix this. I got to correct this. And correcting it means facing my fear and my triggers of abandonment, being alone, the idea of, I came from a broken home. I don't want my kid to have a broken home, but sometimes the home is just fucking broken and you gotta let it be. You can't have the fairy tale that you think you have in your head sometimes, you know? And it's difficult. I had this idea as a kid that this is how my life was gonna be because my parents completely fucked it up. So I'm gonna get this shit right. But getting it right doesn't look the way that I thought it would at all. Getting it right means, to me now, protecting the most important person that's in my life, that I have in my life, even if it means that I have to let something go, you know, that I thought, this idea that I thought was supposed to be. Because no matter how much I hold out hope, I cannot change the situation. It takes two, right? So, yeah, like, that's a huge trigger. And it's a difficult one. And I'm proud of myself because it doesn't fucking hurt like it used to at all to say peace. I don't need this shit in my life. Such as Karen saying no to the drink, I have too learned a whole hell of a lot these last few years. In fact, the 6 years that I've been in Florida, I attribute to learning a whole hell of a lot about saying no. This isn't how my life is going to go. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. I don't care what the fuck you think. I don't care how the fuck you feel. I'm going to do what's right for me and what's right for my mini-me, and I'm going to fucking move forward, and I'm going to make it in life because that's what I'm going to do, and nobody's going to tell me any different. That's all I got.
Told y'all that motherfucker had magic. So, the next speaker is me. I'm Robbie Rapole, and I don't know when I met myself because I feel like we all kind of go on autopilot, right? Like for me with the triggers trigger me into autopilot. as I've said earlier in the night, I'm leaving as soon as this is over to go on a road trip. And I'll be gone for 2.5 weeks, and that fucks me up because the hurricane threw my schedule off, and then the next hurricane threw my schedule off. Now I'm going on this trip, and that's going to throw my fucking schedule off. And I really enjoy going to boxing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the mornings. And then I really enjoy being able to wake up and do my exercise at home on Tuesday and Thursday. And it keeps me healthy. It keeps my head good. It's actually funny, yesterday at boxing, my coach kept saying, like, you really needed this. You really needed this. Motherfucker said it a bunch of times. I was like, yeah, I guess so. Fucking threw up from working out, which is actually really a wonderful achievement. It means you worked hard. And as Meg kind of whispered to me, like, everybody keeps saying, like, pieces of my fucking story. And that's the thing, everybody kept saying pieces of my story, right? And I get triggered by everything. And so that always sends me into motherfucker mode. Like, I just can't stop. Like, I gotta be a fucking freight train. I gotta be a tank. Because if I stop to deal with these triggers, what the fuck's gonna happen? Like, you said, I'm afraid of what I'm gonna do, so don't push me to what I'm gonna do. And I've been in this, like, constant triggered state thinking about going on this trip. And why? I have fucking really cool appointments booked for my travel rates, which are, like, way higher than home. So I'm going to work way less. Hey, work. You can say no to a lot more because your prices are higher. So you can work less. You can vacation more. You can really, really soak in the magic of the moment. The fact that this person is willing to let go of so much of their money, and money is such, like, this thing that people don't want to let go of, right? So, like, I am going to enjoy the fact that I am being honored with this abundance, this financial abundance, and then I'm going to do these dope tattoos. Like, my first tattoo I'm doing, homie is so excited to get his Super Soul session that he went and bought sage and fucking intention candles. Like, I never had nobody buy sage and intention candles so we could do the fucking work with them. And then homie's like, man, I ain't never spent this much money on a tattoo. This is so fucking cool. My dad would have been so proud. We watched you on Ink Master together before he passed. Like, fuck, man, I don't realize I'm that much to people, right? And so these are like these triggers that are the opposite of triggers. They're glimmers, right? The glimmer is the trigger that triggers you into something awesome. But if you're not fucking careful, something stupid can trigger you back into the bad shit again. And it could be something simple. It could be somebody asking a question, and you're just not in the mental state to answer a question, and now you throw your phone, you throw your arms up, and you're like, what the fuck do these people want from me? And that's a question. Like, what the fuck am I so upset about a question for? And this happens to me on social media all the time because I have a very large social media presence. And one of my things is I try to be the one that communicates with every single person that wants to communicate with me on the internet, even if you're a fucking asshole. And they do be. And so I take it as my personal job to use my wit and my intelligence and my real astute fucking nature to speak down to you if you're being an asshole in a way that you will fucking be forced to apologize to me because I'm so brilliant that I made you realize the error of your fucking ways. And if you don't fucking say I'm sorry or back the fuck down, I flip out and I go into a whirlwind until I realize, holy shit, you're doing something stupid. And chances are most of the time you're getting fucking triggered by a troll. It's their job. A troll sets out to trigger you. And when I'm over here like, no, I'm going to set out to fucking prove to you that you're wrong. Like, what the fuck? Yo. And then, now keep in mind, this past week or two has been fucking frustrating because the hurricanes and then this fucking trip that's going on and then fucking, I know human narrative's coming, and as much as I want to be strong, God, this shit is scary every time. So I had one of these bigger accounts that I'm doing collaborative content with release something. Well, now every time a large account, an account much larger than mine, releases collaborative material with me, well, now I have the opportunity to sit there and be like, oh, so I'm the reason why the trolls came out on this post. Because I don't look through the comments on all their other content. I only look through the comments on the content that I'm in. So now when the trolls come out, I'm like, well, obviously it's because I suck. And they don't have trolls otherwise. So now I got to fucking set out. And I'm like, I'm catching myself. And I'm really trying hard. Because like, now it's not just on their content. Now it's on my personal content. Like this one kid, he got fucking mad. He's like, fix the fucking audio. Sounds like dog shit. And I'm like, well, first off, me and Zach know the audio sounds like dog shit. I forced him to fucking help me release this fucking piece of material because it's quality content, regardless of if the audio is awesome. And you know what? We fucking know the audio sucked, and he's gotten really great mics since then. But I'm not going to let this content die because it's fucking great content, so fuck you. We're not going there. We're not throwing stones back. We're not throwing stones back. And the thing is, like, then homie is like, yo, I'm just trying to say that your audio sucked. And I'm like, well, how about this? It didn't sound like constructive criticism. You were being a real fucking jerk. And I, like, had to educate this motherfucker. And I ended it with, like, why don't you pay attention to how you coming across to motherfuckers on this internet? I don't know why I need to win these little battles. Yo, and I'm talking about like homie got like 25 fucking followers and things, and like if we're viewing this on like the social media scale world, like I've already gotten to a major mountaintop that you ain't got to, and you just want to talk to me because I'm at this mountaintop. And I should take it as like honor. I should take it as I am honored that you need to fucking interact with me so much that like you're going to say something mean just to get a fucking response. Bitch, I'm going to talk back to you if you're nice, too. But I won't talk to you as much if you're nice. Because I have less to prove if you're nice. I have nothing to prove if you're nice to me. All I have to do if you're nice to me is say, fucking thanks, dog. Appreciate that. And then you might not even say nothing back, or you might throw a heart emoji, or you might be like, fuck yeah, homie. And like, what else do we have to say? There's no, like, I don't got to teach you shit. Like, I ain't got to fucking get on my soapbox. That motherfucker's automatic, and it's huge. Fuck. I don't even realize it. And then I'm like, and you know when you're outside of yourself and inside of yourself simultaneously, so you're fucking Twitter fingering, and you're like, I know this is wrong. But at the same time, you're like, but I got to teach these motherfuckers. I got to save these hoes from theyself. Oh, God. Well, when I do content with John Nelson, it's like twice a minute. He's got fucking like hundreds of thousands and millions on his fucking roster. So I'm like, oh my God, I just put myself in front of all these people and wondered why a few of them are being assholes. I don't understand it when I'm in the moments, but I love it for me too, because it really is like, it's like, dude, I'm on certain platforms that are so big that people have to fucking come at me. So that's fucking honor right there. Like, I'm proud of that. I'm proud that these people will make content with me, right? Because if if you don't have anything of value to bring, people don't do things with you. So, wow, I have enough value to bring that it's either my following or my words or a combination of both are like, hey, man, let's do this. When I go to John, I'm like, hey, I want to do mental wellness content with you because I want to use your platform to get out the importance of mental wellness. And he says yes. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome because your whole shtick is being mean. And my shtick is me being honestly, authentically kind and a healer and a lover and all this shit that I've been afraid to fucking lean into. So like those triggers actually could be glimmers if I would just change my perspective. And Donna's been triggering me lately with saying, change your perspective. And I'm like, bitch, you change your perspective, stupid. You know how much fucking work you need to do? You know how many perspectives you need to shift? Don't fucking talk to me like this. Fuck you think you are? I'm the fucking man. Ain't you seen all the fucking positive comments and all the fucking messages I get all the time? Telling me how fucking great I am? Oh, she's probably watching on the camera. Yeah. I'm surprised she ain't fucking came in. Well, she might be asleep, though, because she's trying to get that sleep before this. Right. So I'm tattooing Meg the other day, and Donna's in the fucking camera, and she's like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I can't fucking hear you. This is frustrating. Yes, Zen is very cute when he's talking through the cameras, but you drive me nuts when you talk through these cameras. And when instead, my perspective shift should be, I have a woman that loves me so much at home that she wants to sit here and watch me work and talk to me while I'm working. But instead, I'm like, this motherfucker got so much FOMO, she got to be in the motherfucking camera bothering us while I'm trying to tattoo. Because I've been triggered all fucking week. Because work triggers me. Every fucking morning, I have to fight the fog of frustration. Because, well, I'm going to work. And then there's deadlines. I got to get to work by the time I got to be at work. And then I got to fucking do the work. And then I got to finish the work in time. And like, why? I'm the owner. I can fucking leave whenever I want. I make my own hours. I make my own prices. I make my own rules. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I'm a big, spoiled, grown fucking man-child. And you'll know it if you ever fucking been at my house in the morning when I got to be at work. That shit's hard. It's so hard to get over the fact that I got to go to work today. One of the 3 fucking days a week I have to work. But then if I'm not working, why the fuck am I not working? Who's making sure I'm not getting fucking bookings? This is bullshit. Then if I don't have anything booked, now I'm like, I got to fucking call in somebody to tattoo because I'm supposed to be working today. But if I have to go to work, I'm like, why the fuck do I have to go to work? This is bullshit. So, was that? Right. And it goes back to like this whole thing of like being triggered by all the things. And I really know. Look, I live in a really fucking nice house and a really nice neighborhood. And my HOA drives me nuts. Who gives a fuck? If they drive me that nuts, I'll get a fucking attorney and fight them. Cool, no big deal. Donna fucking likes to talk to people real good to the point where they don't usually have to go to an attorney because she's so valid in her arguments. So I'm not really having to worry about that, right? My HOA is giving me shit about a fucking fence, and I'm really that worried about it. That's my first world problem right now. I have to go to work 3 days a week. Who the fuck do I think I am complaining this much? And then the other days I get to spend at home with my fucking big titty princess and my beautiful fucking baby. And like, why am I mad about that? Because that's all I've ever wanted was somebody to love me and a family that like values me. And like I that little fucking child is amazing. He's a little bastard sometimes, But, you know, all kids are. All grown-ups are. We all throw tantrums, right? There's so many times I look at him throwing a tantrum and I'm like, why the fuck is he acting? Why do I act like that? And he's a mirror of who I don't want to be. He's a mirror of who I do want to be. He's a mirror of what I get to be. I get to spend time with him and just enjoy his company. We nap together. He gave me permission slips to nap again. I never fucking nap. That's for fucking pussies and lazy fucks and pieces of shit who don't have jobs. This is how I talk to myself. So he gave me permission to nap. He gives me permission to love. He gives me permission to laugh, but he triggers the fuck out of me when he's being a little bastard. But, like, there's times when he's acting like a maniac, and I'm like, yeah, that's my dog. Like, I don't know why I love watching him jump off of furniture. I think it's because I know the fucking joy it brings me to jump off of things. So if it's bringing him that much joy, let him fucking do it. And when he fucking breaks his leg off, oh, well, he'll learn. I know, it's fucked. But, like, he's teaching me so much about me. But he's triggering me so much through that. So I made this social media post about healers aren't supposed to, like, be easy. Healers are supposed to trigger you. They're supposed to make you fucking nuts. They're supposed to fucking, like, really touch your shit so you can figure out how to unravel the tether to the trauma. So one of my real big things lately, abandonment. One of my brothers just found out has breast cancer. And the journey to reconvening with a relationship with him has been fucking rough. Because it's been a roller coaster. And I make it about me. Because I'm the center of my universe, right? And then when you get inside your head too much, you get inside your head, you're dead. That's one thing I did learn from the Tony Robbins weekend that was really valuable. Get in your head, you're dead. When you're in your fucking head, you're dead. Because if you get too far in there, it's just a fucking nightmare in there. And you never go in your head without a friend and a flashlight. So my other brother was reaching out to me to be like, yo, give our brother some fucking love or whatever it is you give people, right? And then I'm like, don't fucking tell me what to do. And it turned into this whole thing. So then it created discord there, right? Then I reconnect with my other brother. And we have a brilliant time at dinner celebrating my dead dad's birthday. And it made my mom's heart so happy because the other brother was on the phone from where he lives. And then me and this brother were here. And she's got her boys together. And she can't fucking believe she's got her boys together. And I'm like uncomfortable about how fucking much she loves it. Because I'm like, shut the fuck up, lady. You're making it weird. Right? But like, she's a mom, right? And like, that's what we do as parents. We're like, oh, I'm so fucking happy. All my kids are together and all this shit. And whatever the fuck it is that as parents, like that makes our heart sore, right? And then I made it about myself again because I'm reaching out to my brother who's sick. And I'm like, bro, you know, and I'm now the excited little brother because I'm the youngest. I'm the excited little brother that actually gets to have a relationship with him again. Because I felt like he abandoned me when we didn't have a relationship for a while. And I'm at this point now where I don't have to fucking sit him down and say, you did all this and this hurt so bad and fuck you and I need you to apologize. It's like, you know what? I'm just glad we're fucking here. And one of those moments where I was so triggered that I just couldn't, I can't even is where I was at. Like, I could not even this night. And I'm telling Donna about this, and I'm telling Donna about that. And then she's like, well, why don't you look at it this way? And I'm like, no, motherfucker, I need you to love me right now, and you're telling me shit that I don't want to fucking hear, and I need love, and fuck you now. just fuck you. You just jumped in that basket with all those people that I'm saying fuck you to. You're in the fuck you basket. So unless you tell me I'm right and suck my dick right now, fuck you. Well, that didn't happen. And I'm like, well, this fucking sucks, man. This bitch is so right that she's standing on her fucking business. You can't stand on business right now when I don't even, you might not be right, or you might be right, or you might, fuck you. I just want you to tell me I'm right and tell me fuck those people and you're so right and just love me and hold me and shit. Well, that didn't happen. She forced me to sit with the shit. And she's been bringing up this whole perspective word a lot lately. I don't know who the fuck she thinks she is. All right? And it's weird because in the RAD movement, we hashtag change your perspective, change your life. Don't you fucking use my shit on me. All right? I know how to use my shit because I made it. I made that fucking hashtag. Don't you tell me how to use that fucking hashtag. Because now you're triggering me when I'm already triggered. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm so triggered. I'm not triggered. Why are you telling me I'm triggered? So, like, we go through all this shit, right? So then I realized, oh, shit, I'm doing this thing with my family that I hate my family doing to me. Well, I didn't realize that Donna pointed it out. But fuck you for pointing it out. Because that shit sucks. It's really hard to deal with. You're really fucking with me now. Telling me truth that I ain't even prepared or fucking, I'm not equipped to hear that right now. No shit, right? So I'm like, fuck this. Why are you telling me this shit? And then, I realize it. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, this whole thing, like, I want my family to love me on my terms, but I get really mad when they make me love them on their terms. Yeah, fuck that shit. Monkey see, monkey do. No. I'm the only monkey here, and you can't tell me what to do or see or anything. None of that applies. I don't like double standards unless I'm fucking running it. I'm the only one allowed to have a double standard in this bitch. So I've been and like, you got to keep in mind. So, like, Free Love Day's been going like that. That happened 3 weeks ago, right? So, like, that stressed me the fuck out. And then the hurricane stressed me the fuck out. And then the Human Narrative happened the weekend after Free Love Day. And, like, all this shit has been going on simultaneously to us, me reconvening with my family in this new way, right? And, like, I keep going back to, and of course, when I'm yelling one night, they don't fucking love me, and Donna's like, well, you just, it's because you love them and you want, I don't fucking need their love, and it's like, I'm so annoying. So, and it's like, I get it, but I can't grasp it. It's like when you're Twitter fingering and you shouldn't be Twitter fingering, but instead of not Twitter fingering, you just make sure you're so well worded bitches can't come at you. I wish I wasn't so good at that. I can reframe anything. I can be a master manipulator if I need to. And so I just need to learn that, like, I am in these triggered states. And these triggers are bringing up the tethers to the trauma. And if I really do want to heal that shit, all I have to do is all the shit that Scott tells me to do when I fucking text him in a frenzy, or I'm meeting with him at Cracker Barrel solving all the problems of the world in a Monday morning. And, like, he's like, dude, journal, mirror work, art, all these things, therapy, doing all these things that I know I need to do. But the problem is I have this weird thing where I didn't think my words were powerful for a long time, so I didn't believe that I should try and lean into this healing thing that I do with my words. And then also, well, since my words aren't powerful, well then, so is therapy's not powerful in any manner, right? And so, so is mirror work is not powerful, and journaling's not powerful because I've done all these things before and they didn't fucking fix me right on the spot. So none of this shit fucking works, and all my triggers are just going to continue to run me because I can't fix this. Which is all bullshit. And it's all the lie. But it's so much easier to live in the lie. Like you said, the comfort of being that 6-year-old boy. There's comfort in that disgusting fucking place, Because if it hurts, well, then it hurts. That's it. It hurts. That's great. That's what I'm here for. No fucking surprises today. It's just going to hurt. So I'm going to feel bad for myself. I'm going to play the victim. I'm going to fucking cry about it. I'm going to pout about it. I'm going to yell at Donna about it. I'm going to fucking all this negative shit about it instead of journaling about it. And after one of the human narratives that I was really fucked up the next day just because it takes a lot out of me to do this stuff. Because I'm an empath. And because I have to fucking push through all my fears, I texted Scott and I was like, how the fuck do you do this, man? I was like, do you get fucked up after workshop? He's like, every fucking time. I'm like, what do you do? Journal, make music, and make art. And so I discovered that I like to journal in my phone. They say that you have to write things down on paper to make it real. But I don't like doing what the fuck they say. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. But when I do it in my notes on my phone, I am so used to writing social media stuff. I am so used to answering every comment by hand myself that it is very natural for me to write in my phone. And I don't like computers because I like that my phone does everything a computer does. So I learned to journal in my phone. And that's been really cool. And that's been really powerful. And I don't discount the power of the pen to paper because I still will do that. But I learned I have a new healing modality. Instead of fucking scrolling my anxieties away or scrolling through the trigger in the doom scroll, where I'm going to get more triggered by some dickhead that said some shit to me, who probably isn't a dickhead. They probably just want love and attention too. So I realized I can just get in my phone, I can write my journal, and now I'm doing something productive on my phone, and I'm allowing myself to self-soothe and heal some shit. So thanks to the human narrative and Scott for that. Because I didn't realize, because so many fucking people said you have to take pen to paper to journal, I didn't realize I can actually do this in my phone as well. Because this is a comfort place for me. I'm used to this place. And I'm creating new fucking neural pathways. Safety in journaling on my phone instead of doom scrolling. Holy shit, who'd have thunk it? I can actually do positive things with this fucking thing in my pocket. Even though I do so much positive stuff with it, but I beat myself up because I spend so much time on it. So I get triggered by that. I get triggered by everything, like I said. And the beauty of it is the triggers can become glimmers. I've been really feeling this lately where I do a lot of bitching. And then I'm like, but why? Why are you bitching so hard? You have all these beautiful fucking things. Yeah, but my fucking 59 Cadillac doesn't fucking work right now. Really? That's your complaint, dickhead? Take it to a fucking mechanic. What thing haven't you done? Put it on a tow truck and bring it to a mechanic. Oh yeah, I should probably do that. One of my homie's grandkids was in the shop today, and I was like, shit, I should hit him up to have him work on the car. I totally forgot I had a mechanic that I knew for 20 plus years. Damn. All right, check. I can get the fucking Cadillac fixed. What am I complaining about? I'm going on this trip. I'm going to make a bunch of money, and I'm going to fucking have some really cool times and fucking go to some really badass haunted houses. What am I complaining about? Donna saved us a couple $1,000s by being able to stay with her friend for most of the time we in Philly. What am I complaining about? What, I won't get to box at my regular place that I go that I've found comfort in? Maybe I'm supposed to go somewhere else to box. Or maybe I'm supposed to fucking exercise elsewhere. Or maybe I'm not supposed to exercise. Maybe I'm supposed to just enjoy my vacation. Maybe I'm not supposed to always put so much pressure on myself. Maybe I'm just supposed to enjoy the fact that I get to take a 2.5 week long vacation and then come home and then go on another half a week vacation for my birthday. What the fuck am I complaining about? Why am I so triggered? And I'm running from the trauma that the trigger is tethered to, that I'm dying to unravel, but I'm afraid to do the work that I'm already doing. Goes back to the whole last time when I buy these extravagant VIP tickets to ride these rides that I don't want to ride. I want to do the work, but don't you fucking make me sit down and do the work right now, because I'm triggered, because I'm not ready for that, because I'm afraid of that, and I just want my brother to love me. I don't want to go through the work that it takes, that we've been fucking needing to do for years. And I just want my mom to understand that she triggers me with some of the dumb shit she says. What the fuck dumb shit do I say that triggers my mom? And she takes it with grace, because she's just happy to sit there with her boy. So, triggers are really weird. Triggers can be really cool. Yeah. And if you live in that emotion too long, you're always going to be like bleh about your triggers. But look at how beautiful it was when you shared about your triggers tonight. Right. Oh, it was gorgeous. It was fucking amazing. You know, but as you love watching people slay demons, I love watching people access emotions. Because it's like, ew, accessing emotions. It's funny, that was one of the things with that John Nelson skit. He goes, I think I felt an emotion. And that's what starts the video. And it was so cool because, like, I love helping people access their emotions. I guess I love helping people fucking find their triggers and how to navigate that shit. But fuck you, my double standard is I don't want to do that. I just want to be healed. And tonight, I realized this. As every human narrative night, I always realize some shit. I realized, oh, fuck, man. I guess these triggers are supposed to happen so I can do the things that I need to do, so I can be who I need to be and who I'm dying to be. Fuck. That's scary. It's a good thing I'm a maniac. It's a good thing I like being scared. It's a good thing I'm crazier than the average bear, because I'm crazy enough to run towards the triggers with open arms, make that healthy relationship with them. Healthy enough. Sit down, fucking have tea with them motherfuckers. Ask them what they're here for. I teach people this. People pay me to teach them that they need to sit down with a cup of tea and their shit and have conversations. But fuck you if I got to do that. I'm the one teaching it. I don't need to be the one fucking doing it. Well, you have to be the one doing it if you're going to be the one teaching it. Otherwise, you're a fraud. So if I don't want to be a fraud, I have to deal with my triggers. And being a fraud is actually more scary to me than going to prison now. And going to prison used to be one of my number one fears. But being a fraud is so terrifying that I have to fucking hold hands with my triggers, sit them little bitch ass hoes on my lap, and tell them to tell me what they fucking want for Christmas. Because really, they're a gift. A complaint is a gift. Your trigger is a gift. Your trigger is a complaint from the inside. That movie, Elemental, he's like, isn't your anger, you think it might be you trying to tell you something? Fuck you. She got real mad when he said that. That's me. I get real mad when you tell me that. Poor Donna. She always gets caught in the crossfire. Because she bring up that fucking logical shit. And I'm like, don't you talk to me on some logic, bitch. I'll get to the logic, but let me be cranky right now. But I don't want to be cranky, so don't let me be cranky. Fuck. We can go in the circles forever. Thank you so much for listening to me tonight. I am the last of the regulars, but well, 2 non-regulars, because Janice is here too. So this Meg isn't a regular speaker; she's just a regular attendee. And we had a really, really, really beautiful healing tattoo session the other day. And Megan's a regular, but she's not a regular speaker either. So we have 3 non-regulars in here. Now I'm getting too literal. So, when we were sitting here, Meg was like, it happened in a couple of different segments throughout the night. It was, I don't know if I'm going to speak. And then it was, well, everybody kind of said pieces of what I had said, what I was going to say. So now I feel like I got to speak. And then it was like, they already said it, so I ain't going to speak. So it's funny because these 2 both do this. But I mean, no shade, because I do the same thing about throwing this event. The amount of times in my head I was like, man, I could be getting on the road soon if I didn't have to do this human narrative bullshit tonight. And ain't nobody's even here, so why we even finna do this? And then, like, the room filled up nicely enough, and I'm like, okay, idiot, shut up. Every event, every single one. I don't want to do it. And that's why you're such an integral part, because you always show up early. You always just sit there quietly and just allow me to go through what I'm going through. You give me a high five or a hug. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we do this bi-monthly. Yeah, because I don't want to have a party, because it's scary to have a party, because what if they don't show up? What if my abandonment gets triggered and then I have to face some shit? So, like, it's funny that I get to watch other people go through it, and it's because that's the mirror of, like, oh, I'm that stupid too. And then we just get to be stupid together, which then makes it normal, so nobody's stupid. So we're all just at ground zero of scared. And fear can hold us back. So I'm very proud of you for pushing through the fear and being strong enough to say, you want to come up here and speak. So, the wonderful other half to the brilliant Zach Hendershot, Meg, who is someone that I used to help her with her self-deprecating humor by really digging in and telling her what a piece of shit she is. And then I realized I'm doing her no favors by doing that, and it's probably easier for me to do that. So why don't I make it harder on her and be nice to her all the time? Oh, it's so good. I love it. And it's not awful. It's fucking beautiful, and you know it. Ladies and gentlemen, Meg Green. And she hates hugs, and we're doing that therapy too.
Every time I get up here, it feels like I have a marching band in my chest. Yeah. It's also because it's like, see if this will just flow without me being a nervous sack of shit. I'm sorry. It's also really intimidating as fuck to sit in this room because I feel like everyone here kind of already has their shit figured out to an extent. I know. But hear me out. It feels like you all have your shit together more than I do. Because that's why I struggle coming up here too, because I feel like I don't have anything beneficial to add. Because I'm very much in the thick of everything right now. Like, I'm figuring everything out right now. And, like, it's funny because the other night, last night, I was showering. And I got out of the shower because I just stand in there and I just think and my brain just goes 100 miles a minute. And I got out of the shower and I had, like, a self-realization moment that was like I was so excited about that I couldn't even wait to get dressed and go out to the living room to tell Zach. Like, I yelled for him and made him come right there. Like, I was like, you have to, like, hear this. And so I was abused when I was 8 by my mom's boyfriend. And my body's going to start shaking. I'm sorry. Part of the abuse was that I had Shit. Fuck. Part of the abuse was that I had to holy fuck. I had to he made me look at pornography before what he did. And so I have like a very big thing around like porn. I don't like it in relationships. I don't like it in my life. I don't like to be associated with it or anything. And I get very upset when me and Zach are watching a movie or we're watching a TV show and say there's like a sex scene, or even if it's like an ABC show and it's not an actual sex scene where they show anything, it's just like they're just intimate. That can trigger me so bad to the point where I will start attacking him. And I'm like, oh, you like watching that? Oh, okay, like you're a piece of shit. Oh, you like that? You like that more than, and I will literally sit and attack him. And I never understood why. And last night in the shower, I figured it out. I got out of the shower and I was like, holy fucking shit. I was like, I just put together why I think I get so upset when I see that on TV. Because I'm not sitting on the couch with him watching a movie anymore. I'm sitting on the couch with him looking at that before that moment. And so like, that was like a really big thing for me. Becoming self-aware, because like on this journey that I'm on right now with this healing, it's finding things like that and figuring things out. And kind of how Grandma Rose said, she, you know, they diagnosed me with BPD and borderline and bipolar and PTSD and anxiety and everything under the sun. And you just get to a point where you're like, okay, well, is there anything that is good? Like, am I fixable? Am I broken? Like, they tell you BPD, there's no cure for it at all. Like, and I just wanted to kind of do it on my own. And so coming here, moving to Florida, I found this. So like, that's why I feel intimidated being in this room, because you guys share your experiences and then you have your full circle moment. You're like, okay, well, this is what I do to fix that. When I'm in those moments, that was the first moment that I've had where I figured something out on my own. Like, other than that, I just sit and I spiral. A lot of my issues, a lot of my triggers, sitting and trying to think about it leading up to this, it's a lot of being in a relationship. I don't know healthy love. I watched my dad be abusive and a sack of shit. And then I went to an abusive relationship when I was 14. I got with the same thing, drunk and abusive. And then there was an abuser in between. And like my whole life, I've been taught that men are dangerous. And Zach showed up not dangerous. So like I spend the entirety of our relationship waiting for the other fucking shoe to drop. And it's not gonna drop because it's fucking Zach and he's amazing, but I keep waiting. And the abandonment comes up. I get triggered with that every time he leaves the house. And I'll catch an attitude, and it's gotten to the point where like now I can communicate and I'm like, listen, I'm probably gonna act like this. It's not you, it's me, but I just need you to let me be it. Like just let me talk my shit. And just be like, I love you. That's all I need from you. Be like, I'm coming back. I love you, but I'm still, but I still want him to go. And like, so it's just weird because every time he leaves the house, I think he's not going to come back, or he's going to go out and he's going to find someone that he likes more, or he's going to find something better, or because like I don't have anything to fucking give. Like, I don't understand like him wanting to be with me because like I'm just so broken. And like I don't have it together, but he just stays. So, and my codependency with Zach. Like I'm always wondering, I'm like, what's healthy, what's not? Because like he is literally my emotional support human. And I know people say that, but like the act of just like physically touching his body, like I can ground myself with him. And like I've never loved anyone that intensely, and I've never been loved back like that. So it's just so scary for me. So love is definitely a huge trigger for me too, because I don't know how to take it. I don't know how to receive it. I don't know how to give it the right way, even though I also weirdly enough have a lot of fucking love to give. So it's just weird. And then Robbie, actually in our tattoo session yesterday, we brought up something because around my abuse, I get weird around bald people. And it triggers me a lot, and I actually like freak out a lot, and I'll leave an area, I'll leave a restaurant, I'll leave a store, if I'm in an area with someone that triggers me. And he looks at me, and we were talking about it, and he looks at me and he goes, well, how do you feel around Scott? And I was like, holy shit. I was like, I don't even notice his head. Like, I was like dead ass. I was like, holy shit. I was like, I've never, so like, bald people is a trigger for me. I know that sounds stupid, but yeah, but there is a reason. But it is cool to see. Like, that was a moment for me too, because that's always been such a giant thing for me. Like, it's kind of funny, but it's serious of how serious it can be. Zach is starting to bald a little bit, and he's freaking out about it. But I'm also freaking out about it because I love him, but like, you can't be bald. Like, I was like looking into like a hair clinic in Switzerland, like, and like, but it's so true, and like, it sucks. But we're getting there, you know. Worst case, he gets a wig. But worst case. Oh no, I won't. No. But yeah. But no, yeah. It was cool for me because you did create a safe space without even realizing it, and I barely even know you, so that was pretty cool for me. And sorry, my body's still like just everywhere. Definitely another trigger for me would be, I grew up in like a very like cluttered, chaotic, messy house. So through like, I noticed it was weird because when I was very much in like the dark trenches of dealing with stuff when I was still with my ex and in the abusive relationship, I internalized that, and like, it showed up like I would just freeze. Like, I would just sit and I wouldn't do my dishes, and trash would pile up and the house would be dirty, and I would feel like a piece of shit, but I couldn't do anything about it. And then like now, since I've been trying to like heal myself, it's all switched. Like, everything has to be perfect, like OCD level perfect, or I'm absolutely spiraling. If I wake up, and it sucks because it's like one of the things that sucks with like, I'm trying to break so much generational trauma with my kids and like not let my storms get them wet, but I don't know how to fucking clean up my storm. So like, it's a whole thing. And like, if I wake up, I can wake up in a mood and there can be a toy on the floor and I'm seeing red, and I don't take it out on my kids, but it's just the fact that I can go there, and it hurts. And I actually told my therapist about it the other session that I had. It makes me feel ashamed to even say it because I feel like shit. But being asked to play with my kids triggers me because I can't get down on the floor and play. Like, it feels fake to me because I don't know how to play. I was raising myself at 8. Like, I was staying home alone, raising myself at 8. And so I don't know how to like get down on the floor and like imaginary play and creative play with them. And then I'll force myself because I'm a mom. This is your fucking job. You know, don't let your storms get your kids wet. Get the fuck on the ground. And then I get down there and I'm trying to push myself through it. And then I get pissed at my kids. Like, they've done something, and I don't take it out on them, but I'm mad. And I'm like, and in my head, I'm like, why the fuck are you mad right now? And then it's like, I just feel crazy because I'm like, I get triggered by the innocence of, I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know what that is that's like making me so irrationally angry when I want to be there. But it's a lot. And I don't know how to navigate through a lot of my stuff. And that's why I said it's intimidating for me because I feel safe here, and I love that I have found this because I never had anything like this. I've never had anything like this. And I take a lot from all of you. Like, when you full circle back, the things that you say, like how to work through, and the things that you do for yourself to apply things, like, I take that with me. And I know that sounds crazy because you don't know me, but like, it means a lot to me. And you guys are helping me more than you know. because I am a very guarded, closed off person, and I can feel myself kind of like opening up and being me again, which is weird because I don't know who the fuck I am. But yeah, thank you. That's pretty much. I'm just.
You know, I love when people are like, I don't fucking have anything to say. I don't even know what I'm doing. And then, like, the fucking that comes out. So we do have a small room tonight. And there are only 2 more people and 2 little people. So I don't know if anyone wants to get up and speak that has not spoken. Or if any of the children were planning on speaking. And this isn't you have to. This is only if you want to. No? Okay. All right. So Janice keeps showing up. Like, she just keeps showing up in my life. And I don't even know how until it happens, and then happens again. Like, I'm at my mom's house one day, and her neighbor's like, "Oh yeah, my friend said you guys had this cool thing at your shop." Yeah, that was Janice. And then, you know, she shows up here, and okay, cool. So it's cool to see someone that just keeps showing up. And I don't know, but I'm like drawn to you. I think you're a wonderful human. So thank you for being drawn here. And everyone, this is Janice.
I feel like I'm sitting here and you all have your shit together and I'm the only one that doesn't. Little does she know. I feel like that. So trigger is a tether to the trauma just kind of blew my mind. And thank you. Okay. That was perfect timing. Okay, so I've been on this crazy journey of digging out the trauma. Didn't realize that was like the first or biggest part, like seeing counselors, doing all that stuff, drinking, running around, relationships, you name it. I thought those were all the fixes, and somehow got nudged on this journey of healing and finding out what those traumas were. And this workshop they talk about, I went through that completely unaware of what I was getting into. And there was an amazing release of or recognition of what the majority of that trauma was. I had a crap load of childhood trauma. And I feel like I left the trauma there. Like I felt free when I walked out of that workshop. And I don't feel the need to talk about that trauma anymore. I don't feel like I have to describe to people like why I am the way I am, you know, like that the trauma doesn't have that kind of power over me anymore. But I am triggered all the time And it wasn't until tonight that I just kind of had this thing. And Scott said, you know, what's the last thing that just triggered you, like the big thing? And I've had a really big one, and recently, and I find that what happens with me with this when I'm triggered like that, I think I'm re-traumatizing myself every time I let those triggers take over. And now the trauma is how I react to them and how I keep it. And I hold it, and it feels like shame because I didn't do better. I feel like with all this healing, I should be doing better. And I'm not at that stage. And it's just really messing with me. I went up north to help my sister for 2 weeks, and she was not nice. And I took it, and I was there. I was supposed to go for 2 weeks. She was having surgery, and I was going up to help. She didn't talk to me. It was pure silence. Talk about the abandonment is my issues, never having a voice. Everything I would try to talk about, I would get a one-word answer. And I walked around with this knot in my chest for like 10 days, afraid to speak, and hiding in a book. I must have read 4 books while I was there. And I mean, I couldn't do anything for myself. And we had one incident where I tried to talk to her about something, and she just blew up on me. I have a granddaughter that I'm worried about. And I started to say how I'm real concerned about this, whatever. And she turned and she just said, "Oh my fucking God." She says, "You keep talking about how you want to stay out of other people's business. This is none of your fucking business. But here you are all in it and everything." And she's screaming at me. And I just said, "You're right." So she kept screaming again. And I just said, "No, you're right. I wasn't joining the fight." And she turns and she throws her hands up and she goes, "Am I wrong?" And I said, "You are right." And the only little thing I did for myself was I said to her, I said, "You're absolutely right. But I was looking for some conversation and some compassion, not judgment. But you're right. Let's just stick with that." So we didn't talk all day, and then in the afternoon, she did the typical, "I'm sorry I made you feel judged." I said, "Whatever." So I did, I changed my flight. I came home early. I'm like, fuck this, I'm out of here. So I did come home early, which was a good thing. But she kept doing things like that, like shutting me. And I have been, it's like this trigger of never being okay. And I just, in my fucking head all the time, not good enough, don't have a voice, don't know what to say. I get verbal paralysis, like I just turn in and I cannot respond. And I see the trigger and I know the trauma. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what's the next stage. Like, what do I do with this? I see the trigger. I don't know what to do with it. I just feel like I re-traumatize myself every fucking time. I should have said this. I should have said that. Why can't I stand up for myself? You know, I wanna kick somebody's ass. I really do. Maybe I need to. Maybe that's it. Get in a boxing ring or something. But you know, I guess I just know that the fact that I was able to let go of the trauma, and I'm recognizing now that the trauma still lives here, though, in the triggers and the way I react to things. And that's going to have to be the next step to figuring out how to find some peace in my life and be able to be this person I want to be. And I want to be stronger. I want a relationship with my sister. I don't know if that's possible. Of course, recovery teaches me to look at my part, and I can see my part all over it. Why do I keep asking for something that somebody's not willing to give? And she's the only one left. It's just me and her. I lost both my brothers a few years ago to overdose and drinking. Parents have been gone a very long time. It's just me and her. I have put that woman on a pedestal my whole life. She was that sister. I'm not. And but why do I keep going back to the same place, to the same people, looking for something that they're not willing to give? And I guess that's another big question. So I don't know where I'm going with this. I just had to get it off my chest, because out there, you have no idea what this does. This space does. There's something about being able to verbalize it and not run the risk of people looking back at you like you're doing something wrong, or that you are wrong. Invalidated. He said that. Big word, invalidated. You guys create this space. I'm just kind of throwing it up. Just vomiting right now, and that was enough. So, thanks.
So that's really powerful, because it makes me feel I'm not alone with that same feeling with my family stuff. And it's really odd, because when I leaned into the fact that, of course I'm an extremist, so I was like, my brother's been telling me my whole life basically he doesn't like me and we don't have to be friends, so maybe I should just accept that he doesn't want to be my friend. And then we had one of the coolest phone calls ever yesterday. So there's hope, Janice. I don't know how to help you with your situation, but I know that accepting what I didn't want is kind of what broke the seal, and I kind of got what I wanted a little after that. But family's tough, and they're always going to trigger you. We're all one, right? We're all made from the same shit, but family's different. Like, it's a different type of pain. It's a different type of struggle. It's a different type of trigger. It's big. It's heavy. It's hard. I think that's it for tonight. Oh, I totally forgot you were back there, even though I knew you were back there. So, yeah. So, Brandon, he's my oldest son's friend. They were in a music collective together, and one day Jaden was on the phone with Brandon, and Brandon was sad, and we were like, why don't you fucking move to Florida? So he did. And now he's here, and he's started this whole new life, and he made me cry at Free Love Day when I was introducing him, because I didn't realize how much magic and power this young dude has brought into my life. It's another person that makes me feel seen on a regular basis. I'll be in my house, and he'll just come up with his phone and be like, look at whose fucking stream you're on, and look at whose social media you're on. You're so fucking famous, you don't even know it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. And he's always there to just remind me that I'm doing big, beautiful things. And I do carry a lot of magic that I bring to this world. But conversely, I'm there to do the same for him. I'm just a little more mean about it. Everyone, Mr. Brandon with a million last names, Miles.
I've been going back and forth since Zach spoke about whether or not I was going to come up here, and I'm going to keep it pretty brief. But Zach's story triggered me specifically when he started talking about his best friend that he lost, because about 2 years ago I lost my best friend to drunk driving. He was the driver, unfortunately. Poor decisions, and we were not speaking, even though this was somebody who I considered my brother, my best friend. Like, we went through everything together. I helped him graduate high school. Like, without me and, like, one of our art teachers' help, like, he wouldn't have graduated. Like, I did assignments for him, made sure his home life was straight, 'cause it wasn't good. And just did everything I could for him to make sure that, like, we at least walked across that fucking stage together and could progress in life. But I moved off to college, and he stayed home and started struggling and just got in a relationship that kind of tore us apart a little bit. And about 2 years ago, I was living with my other friend, and me and Chance weren't talking because of all the stuff and all the drama that went on. And Timmy's girlfriend, my roommate at the time, told me that she had some news for me and Timmy whenever Timmy got home, but she was going to wait. And I was like, oh, what's going on? She was like, oh, I guess somebody from your friend group passed away from high school. And I was like, oh. And in my head, I'm like, it might be somebody I haven't spoke to in like 5 or 6 years. I'm going to be sad, but like, you know. And then like I kind of kept picking at her, like, because she like piqued my interest. I was curious, and she ended up, Chance has a very specific last name. It's Eberhardt. So she started trying to say the last name, and as soon as she like kind of said it right, a pit in my stomach just fucking opened up. And like I had lost my mom to breast cancer already at this point, and like I've been there with situations like this, but with him, it was so unexpected and so out of nowhere. Like, it felt like the whole world just faded away. And like I probably sobbed. Let's see if I can get through this without fucking sobbing, but I probably sobbed for fucking 5 or 6 hours. Like, to the point where like there wasn't even tears coming out, but I was still just fucking uncontrollably sobbing. 'Cause we were fighting over stupid petty shit that if we just sat down and talked about shit like we had always done, 'cause we were always real with each other. It was always like, yo, you're doing stupid shit. And he'd be like, yo, right back at you, like, with this shit. So what are we going to do about it? Like, this is the one friend that I had that we could be 100% real with each other, be emotional with each other, and, like, talk about shit. And the one time we let that shit slip and were stubborn with each other, he was taken. He got in a fight with his girlfriend at a party and decided to drive home drunk, and he flipped his car into somebody's living room and he burned. They couldn't get him out in time, and he fucking burned. So, like, the only thing that I can hope is that he died on impact and didn't fucking burn alive upside down in those people's living room. And, like, also just wondering, like, I couldn't read the police reports. I couldn't, like, learn the details. I'm like, I hope he didn't fucking hurt anybody or kill anybody because of the stupid decisions he was making. And it's just the main thing that I really wanted to just say is tomorrow's not fucking guaranteed for anybody. Doesn't matter if you're 18, 25, 70, fucking 4 months. It doesn't matter. Like, your next day is never guaranteed. You don't know if your best friend's next day is guaranteed. So if you're resisting communication or talking about something or reaching out to somebody or mending a relationship because of stupid bullshit, just do it. Because the pain that you feel when you lose that person and knowing that you'll never have that opportunity to fix that relationship, it is one of the worst feelings I've ever felt in my life. And being able to get this off my chest in this room and knowing that all of you, if not most of you, understand how important it is to communicate and just be real with the people that we care about. And so I lost my train of thought, but I just wanted to get up here and get that shit off my chest. So thank you.
And that's a dude that I don't really ever expect to get up and speak. But when he does, it's fucking wild and it's powerful. So, yes, David. I'm ready. Michaela? Bree. Okay, I was like, that don't look like Michaela. But I wasn't sure. I ain't seen her in a minute. So, no, I don't think I have. Do you want somebody to come up and sit with you while you speak? Who do you want to come and sit with you? All right. Well, I don't really have an introduction for this one. Other than that is Bree. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's done this tonight. And I'm really proud of you because it takes a lot of bravery to do this. She has, yeah. All right, Bree, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bree.
You don't even have to look at the camera. No one will even look at you. They'll look at me.
All right, Bree. It's always cool to see the kids come up here and do something. We've had kids up here before. And so how this works is they give us a word, and the word is triggers, and you just say whatever you want about it. And so you don't have to, but if you want to, you're here. So what do triggers mean to you? Do you know the word triggers? What does that mean to you? You don't know? You don't want to speak? Okay. You don't have to speak. We just wanted you to have the opportunity if you wanted to.
So Bree is our foster daughter, and she has been ours for about 4 to 5 months now. And in the beginning, Bree slept on our couch because that's where she felt comfortable and safe. And it was a couple weeks in, and we were snuggling on the couch and having a good conversation. And I asked her, you know, everybody in this house gets a voice. Is there anything that you want to say that we can work on? Because she was, you know,
having some things where we were having to change some behaviors. So I said, "Is there anything you want us to work on?" And she told me that she doesn't like it when we yell, when people yell, or when they're loud. So that is something that triggers Bree, and something that we have worked a lot on and still working on, right? Because I even slipped up today. But we are working on learning each other and learning each other's triggers and learning how to grow through it all and communicate better, right? So that we can all be heard, right? Yeah. That's our story. That's it.
Yeah, like that's huge, just being able to stand up in front of everyone and have your story be told. Absolutely. You're welcome here anytime, young lady. So thank you, Janice, for saying how important this is, cuz you didn't hear me at the beginning of the night when I was bitching to Chad about how is this even important to do, and are we killing the potency by doing it so often, and all the nobody's coming to my party thoughts. I definitely vocalized it way more this time, yeah, and I think it's because of the travel trigger that I've got going on. So nervous about travel and all that shit. But yeah, so you sure? You don't have to, dude. Yeah. You do want to? All right, so Ashley, who spoke, made a wonderful offspring named Amelia. And just be prepared because the kid speaks. All right? She speaks like, whoa. So thank you, Amelia. Here we go.
Gonna be honest, I don't. I haven't really thought of much to say today. But being triggered sometimes can be really hard to get over that habit, especially with things in life. Especially when you may have children or family or this one person that won't stop bugging you. But over the years, as you train yourself to calm down, stop triggering yourself, and teach yourself how to cool down when stuff like that happens, you get better at it. Yes, there's gonna be moments where you're like, I just can't take it, but you just need to step to the side and take a break. Like I said, I have not that much to say today, but when you get triggered, just remember to cool down, take a break, take a deep breath, and just go along with your day. You don't need to get all worked up about it, because once you get all worked up about it, it's just wasting your energy and your time. And yes, you may think you have the longest lifespan in the world. Some people do think that, but you don't, and you can't waste your time on that. So, there we go.
Thank you, Amelia. So, I feel like this is Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, where the movie ended 20 times and then it ended. So I think we're done now. I think unless somebody else pops up, Right, yeah, you never know. But yeah, as usual, it was a magical evening. These things are difficult to do for all of us. But the beauty is we all do this together. Even if you don't speak, you're still a part of this collective of support and love and beauty that goes on in these rooms. So, Chad, thank you so much for being the major catalyst behind this from the start, and for believing in me, you, us, and this enough to continue to keep making it important, because it is important. Thanks for letting me just be when I'm going through it, because you can't talk me out of that shit in the moments, but you know me well enough. And thank you all for coming out and speaking and sharing. It's always a beautiful evening to hear what everyone has to say. Thank you, Zach, for making me cry again. And I'm so proud of everyone that got up and shared, because it's not easy. And if you're out in the internet world, thank you for being here and sharing your energy with us and sharing your time with us, because it's not easy to get up here. And if you ever did feel like you needed to get up here, come on down, because we do this monthly. Even though I try to talk myself out of it all the time. And you know, there is no validation in the amount of seats we fill for this event. I don't know why I keep seeking validation in seats filled. This still took a really long time to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still most of the room filled. It still took about 4 hours to do. Yeah, I don't know why I always question it beforehand, other than I'm triggered in those moments of the abandonment and the fear of nobody showing up to my party, even though everybody shows up to the party. And at least one person or multiple people say how important it is to have these things and how thankful they are that we do these things. And I'm always thankful at the end of the night. So anyone that I may have bled on, especially mainly Chad, with all of my wounds from abandonment and insecurity at the beginning of the night, thank you for being there for me. You guys too. But yeah, thank you all. Thank you. So once again, Happy Beans Grow here. Where Happy Beans Grow is Amelia's online business. So if you're out in the internet world and you want to support that, check it out. It's really awesome. That's on Instagram. She does have some things here to sell if anyone wants to buy some of the things. So inquire with Amelia and Ashley before we leave. Patreon, The Human Narrative, we have that. And our next Human Narrative is, I think, November 28th or something like that. What's the topic? Gratitude is the topic. So, and Amelia says, yes, right. Oh yeah, be careful being like celebratory about it, because it could trigger you. But it could be a glimmer, right? Remember, glimmers are the exact and equal opposite of triggers. They're out there in just as large a form as triggers are, but we're just not programmed to, perspective. Fuck you, Donna. We're not programmed to receive those as often as we're programmed to receive triggers, because I feel like the discomfort, the comfort of sitting in our discomfort is so natural. Let's get used to noticing the glimmers instead of relishing in the pain of the triggers. So thank you all for sharing this time with us. Thank you, Internet World, for sharing this time with us. I'm so proud of every single one of you, and thank you for giving me a reason to continue to keep doing this and pushing through my fears and my triggers. So I am Robbie Rapole. He is Chad Talley. We are the ones that bring you the human narrative, but it wouldn't be anything without all of y'all. So thank you very much. Thank you for attending another human narrative, and thank you for making it another magical, mystical, super beautiful night.